I will call the meeting to order. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to September 29, 2021 City Council meeting. I'd like to acknowledge that Regina is located on Treaty 4 territory, an area rich in Indigenous history in the heartland of the Métis in Canada. This year, on September 30th, we will mark Canada's first official National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. As our nation pauses to reflect on the history, recent events will weigh heavily on our minds. The discovery of unmarked graves in our neighboring community of Cowessess First Nations must not fade from our memory. Remembering those who never made it home and honoring residential school survivors who are our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens will help our journey forward. To honor the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, City Hall will be lit in orange and flags will be lowered to half-mast. The community is encouraged to embrace the significance of the day, to honor Indigenous people, and to reflect on acts of reconciliation. Perhaps most importantly, this National Day for Truth and Reconciliation takes some time to simply listen. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of Council and City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphones are turned off. If a member of Council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today to teleconferencing to address Council on various items on the agenda. Okay. Mr. Clerk, you've got something to say to us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As the Deputy Mayor indicated, today we have two members of Council who are attending this meeting virtually, that being Councillor Mole and Mayor Masters. We have done some testing this morning and everything should be fine, but in the case of some bandwidth challenges that we may encounter, their votes may respectively be showing up in the chat window so that they are visible for all to see. So that's just in case we run into bandwidth problems this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, now I will turn the microphone over to Councillor Shaw to a presentation on Henry Baker scholarships. Councillor Shaw, go ahead. Give you a microphone. Where are you? There you go. Okay.
I'm pleased to represent Council today as we acknowledge exceptional youth in our community. Each September, the City of Regina awards the Henry Baker scholarships to deserving students who excel in their studies and make a difference in our community. These students are shining examples of our community's commitment to develop extraordinary homegrown talent. They remind us that Regina is much more than a place to live. It's a place to learn, grow, and thrive. In addition to celebrating individual achievements, the Henry Baker Scholarship also reminds us of the importance of Regina's post-secondary institutions play in our city's prosperity and in shaping our international reputation for excellence. I'd like to thank all of Regina's post-secondary institutions, the instructors, the administrator, the operational staff, and the students for their continued commitment to high-quality education, especially during these challenging times. When evaluating applicants, academic success is key, but the Henry Baker Scholarship also focuses on volunteer work within the students does for their school and our community. Each student receives $2,000 to support their education at one of Regina's post-secondary institutions. I would like to begin by acknowledging the recipients from the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies. Nicole Dieter just completed her first year of mental health and wellness studies, followed by her first practicum at the Ignite Adult Learning Corporation Center. This establishment helps at-risk adults achieve their GED and provide training for their driver's license. The center also helps build skills for at-use adults to prepare for them for the work world. Dieter is also a proud mother of 2 children. Thank you, Nicole. Sarah Caldwell. Career objective is to be a mental health worker with Treaty 4 territory. Her ideal focus would focus on helping youth. She started volunteering with Saskatchewan Youth in Care and Custody Networks almost 10 years ago. Her involvement led to working with at-risk youth. In addition to this volunteer work, Sarah also enjoys going to retreats, facilitating workshops, as well as preparing and donating holiday meals. Next, I'd like to introduce you to students representing Saskatchewan Polytech. Sarah Pappas is going into her second year of study in dental hygiene. Her academic and career goal is to eventually become a dentist. Christina also enjoys volunteering, especially she helped coaches at high school special education cheerleading team. She also has volunteered with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, Saskatchewan Association for the Rehabilitation of the Brain Injured, and Sicilian Chambers, for more than 5 years now. Hayden Size completed his first year of post-secondary studies at the University of Regina and will be transitioning to Saskatchewan Polytech this fall. While in high school, Hayden attended Belford Collegiate. He continually was involved in his school community, taking photos at basketball and wrestling tournaments and participating in Belford's annual photography competition. His photos have also been used for the school's website as well as its yearbook. A highlight for Hayden was being selected to represent Belford in the Regina Public School Teen Talks. Now I'd like to introduce you to students representing the University of Regina. Bronwyn Heerspink is currently enrolled in her 3rd year, working towards a Bachelor of Arts and honors in majoring in political science. Following the completion of her undergraduate degree, she is planning on pursuing a master's in public policy. Since entering university, she has committed many hours to the International Studies Student Association, holding 3 positions within the organization: events coordinator, vice president, and president. Her current role now is president. Carolyn Enbers graduated from Regina Christian School in June of 2021 with the intent to pursue a Bachelor of Science here in Regina. Carolyn has helped our community during the COVID-19 pandemic by starting a program called Books for Community Schools. This program collected over $14,000 worth of books to be donated to elementary school students located in our inner city, Regina and Standing Buffalo Reserve. She has also supported the community by sewing and donating over 100 masks for people. Carolyn also supports her church by operating an online live stream on church services, enabling those who are unable to attend in person to remain connected. Ella Forrest graduated from Miller High School in June of 2021. She is currently enrolled as a pre-optometry student working towards a Bachelor in Science. In grade 10, she had a few friends created a youth choir called Illuminate at their church. During the pandemic, the choir has reached out to national-wide communities, giving virtual performances to care homes across our country. Ella has volunteered many hours performing close to 20 concerts in the first few months of this initiative. Emily Lintz plans to graduate with a Bachelor's of Arts with honors, majoring in English in 2022. From there, she plans to pursue graduating studies in English or in publishing. Emily has been involved in our community as a co-president of the English Students Association. To bring students together this year, the association planned movie nights, game nights, and other social events like the yearly Trash Talking Conference. She also volunteered her time with Enactus Regina, Girl Guides of Canada, and is ambassador in the U of R Student Success Program. Jessica Matarata is working on completing a doctorate in philosophy. As part of her school's anti-racism and anti-oppression advisory committee, she has co-facilitated a community of practice within her school division called our North Central Achievement. She co-facilitates a community of practice called Deepening and Understanding of Reconciliation, and also co-facilitates an anti-racism group called SICOA. Jessica is exploring community issues in her proposed research to identify ways to best serve students through cultural representative education. Her research project provides educators with the opportunity to participate in an online professional development group and culturally responsive pedagogy. Jessica Stroder is entering her second year of music education studies. She was a longtime member of her high school wind band, concert choir, chamber choir, and jazz band. She also volunteered with her school's music department by accompanying choir pieces and by setting up the band room for daily rehearsals and concerts. Outside of school, Jessica was also involved in the Royal Canadian Air Cadets at number 34, Roland J. Groom Squadron, for over 4 years, where she obtained the rank of Warrant Officer Second Class. Catherine Derninsky is currently enrolled in her third year of the U of R secondary education program. She is majoring in social studies, social study education, and minoring in English education. Catherine enjoys volunteering her time with Best Studies, having been the co-president of the chapter since 2019. She also volunteers with Astonished, which offers the Providing Alternative Tomorrows with Hope program. This program is designed to aid individual students, researchers experiencing the difficulty to work towards their individual goals. Kwaku AEC plans to complete a master's in public policy and then go into a PhD program. In addition to his own studies, Kwaku has volunteered many hours tutoring high school students at the Regina Open Door Society. He has mentored students from Afghanistan, Kenya, Tanzania, India, Syria, Pakistan, and Nigeria, helping newcomers access and utilize academic and professional resources here in Regina. His thesis focused on ways First Nations people can improve quality of life for their children and families. Megan Krajewski is completing her thesis, majoring in social studies. She's also employed as a community garden coordinator in the North Central Community Association. Over the past 5 years, this role has immensely shaped the understanding and awareness of food insecurities and how this affected members in our community. Megan designs and participates in research projects that are community-based and tangible in outcomes. Mark Kress is currently pursuing a Bachelor of Education, working towards a major in history and a minor in biology. He plans to achieve his goals by the end of fall of 2023. Mark has been a board member of the Lakeview Community Association since moving into the area in 2016. He chairs the Lakeview Park Revitalization Project, where they are actively updating and adding unique features for people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds to safely gather, play, and enjoy Lakeview Park all year round. Rachel Krakauer is presently completing her PhD in clinical psychology. In June of 2020, she funded the Psychological Graduate Studies Association Anti-Racism Speaker Series, which highlighted the moral and ethical responsibilities of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. Rachel has designed her master's thesis to meet the needs of our community by better supporting the mental health of individuals who experience significant stressors such as psychological trauma. Ray Hirspink Graduated from Miller High School in 2021. While there, he was the school representative to STRIVE, Student Trustee Representative Initiative for Voice and Engagement, speaking at meetings all about school spirit and activities, as well as the handling of the COVID-19. He is also heavily involved with Student Council as environmental representative, tasked with running the recycling club, as well as encouraging environmentally friendly choices to both staff and students. He hopes to receive a Bachelor in Engineering, as this is his huge passion he has. Finally, Victoria Stroder is entering her second year working towards a Bachelor in Music, majoring in voice. Her primary goal is to become a high school or university choir teacher. After her first degree, she expects to return to university to pursue a master's degree in musical performance. Victoria plays several instruments, including an alto saxophone, pipe organ, and piano. In 2019, she sang with the Saskatchewan Music Educators Association Honor Choir and is currently a member of the Helsinki Chamber Choir. A large part of her community involvement also revolves around church activities. Congratulations again to all this year's recipients of the Henry Baker Scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. So let's give everybody, recipients, a nice round of applause. Normally we would have seen everybody here. So next year. Okay. Let's move to approval agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve an agenda to call the chair after? I'm going to keep going. Tabling. Calling for chair, tabling MN 21-11, no parking at the entrance of an alley restriction change, and consider item CR 21-134, roadways noise attenuation policy, update, and related delegation prior to considering the item CR 21-131, disclosure of toxic spills and leaks. Who moved that? Okay, Councilor Eniak, seconder. Councilor Hawkins. Question, all opposed? All those opposed? That is carried. Approving the minutes. Can I have someone move motion to approve the meeting minutes from City Council meeting held on September 15, 2021? Is that Sanjak? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you very much. Any errors or omissions? Call question. All those opposed? It is carried. Okay, we'll move into communications and delegations and related reports. We have a communication here. We have a communication on the item CR 21-129, City of Regina Development Charges Annual Rate Review from Stu Niebogel, Regina Regional Home Builders Association. Can I have someone move the motion to receive and file communication? Councilor Hawkins, seconder. Zahiniak. All those opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're moving into delegations. Just 1 second, I'll pull them up. Yeah. Okay, the delegation done on CR 21-129. I would like to call upon delegation Stephen Onda, Rebecca Gute, Dallas Mercy, you will correct me if I say it wrong, Bright Sky Homes, and Sheila Wiggins Patton. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you are representing, if any, and you will have, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the council, after which the committee, you'll have opportunity to answer some questions from the committee. You'll have 5 minutes, you go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Onda. I'm the Executive Director of Bright Sky, and we really appreciate the opportunity to present again. We did present to the Exec Council just last week. Our message is the same, but we want to underline it. And thank you for letting us have a delegation. I'm anxious to demonstrate that there's a wide variety of infill and intensification projects that might be suitable to the inner city. And I'll speak at the end of the delegations who will introduce themselves. So, Sheila, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. My name is Sheila Wignes-Payton. I'm the Executive Director of Phoenix Residential Society, one of Regina's oldest nonprofit support service providers, and I have been involved with Phoenix for over 25 years. Phoenix focuses on working with those who are hard to house as a result of living with a variety of disabilities, and we also work with those who are experiencing homelessness. We have worked with the members of Bright Sky for over 3 years now, matching their careful design and operating with supportive services in a newly constructed 42-unit building in the Heritage Core. We congratulate the city as to their assistance in helping build our infrastructure and providing supportive low-income housing residential options. Phoenix can clearly see the challenges and opportunities to building in the city's core. A healthy city is more able to meet challenges and celebrate successes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Dallas, are you there?
I am. My name is Dallas Mars. I'm the chair of the board of directors of a Regina-based nonprofit organization formed to build supportive housing, Bright Sky Home. My experience is in banking and finance, and I'm a citizen concerned about the overall health and prosperity of our city. I've lived my whole life in Regina and want to see it thrive. I think it is important to support the city in making infrastructure upgrades and providing funds to support services.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca, are you there?
I'm here. I'm Rebecca Adjkate. I'm from the Calasis First Nation and have lived in Regina for 19 years. I'm a board member of Bright Sky Home, as well as the Rainbow Youth Center, and I'm a manager of membership and partnerships with First Nations Power Authority. I congratulate the city in addressing the difficult balancing that must be the health of our city's infrastructure. And I believe that the longer we do not address infrastructure, affordable housing, and supportive housing, the more dire the needs will become and the more expensive the possible outcomes. Thanks.
Thank you. We presented before. We're a small project that wants to build into the inner city, and we've built quite a few in the inner city, in affordable and the like. Don't disagree with the idea of charging an infrastructure fee or a SAF or whatever you guys want to call it. And it's astronomical. The taxes on the building, should it be existing, that we're proposing would only be $35,000 a year, and we would also be asking for a tax abatement. So but over a 10-year period, the infrastructure fees would be notable. That all said, I like clean water. I think everybody in the room likes clean water. I spend half my time in the city and half my time downstream from the city, and we've had sewer dumped into the Capel. We've had screened overflows. We've had all kinds of things over the years. No finger pointing, and the city has addressed a lot of that. But we totally understand that we're a city that has been poor and hasn't been able to maintain its infrastructure over the long term, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so our concern is to keep our city healthy. Healthy cities make for healthy housing. Would you like me to read the actual presentation? Or?
I think, Mr. Honda, I think it's 5 minutes. I will stop you there, and I will open up the floor to council for questions.
Thank you.
Anyone from council have any questions to the delegation?
Really, was that clear? I can't believe it was that
You were clear. This is the second time you spoke for another council, so it looks like it's clear. Thank you very much for
Okay.
presenting, and you may leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now consider item CR 21-129, City of Regina Development Charges Annual Rate Review. Councillor Stanichuk, could I ask you to introduce the report, please? And I'll give you the microphone. There you are.
Microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So CR 21-129, Development Charge Annual Rate Review. So last week, Executive Committee received a report from City Planning and Community Development with recommendations in their annual review of the service agreement fee and intensification levy rates. At Executive Committee, the proposed intensification levy rate was referred back to administration. So today we are addressing the proposed servicing agreement fee of $297,000 per hectare for residential and commercial development and $99,000 per hectare for industrial zoned development. These rates, if approved by council, will come into effect January 1, 2022. So the report before council recommends approval of these rates. We've heard from delegations that they are in favor of these rates. And the report also asks us to instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary amendments to the development levy bylaw, which would then be brought back to a future meeting of City Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Is there a seconder, please? Need a seconder? Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from members on the report? Comments, questions? Okay, I see none. Mr. Clerk, can you call the vote, please?
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
I believe Councillor LeBlanc is away, but I will check. Councillor LeBlanc is on the line. Councillor Shaw.
Oh, in favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters. Mayor Masters, can you hear us? I'll ask one more time, Mayor Masters. We'll investigate that. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. John Austin's online?
Got the mayor and the team.
Okay.
Okay, so just indicate to members that the mayor's vote has been recorded as yes.
Okay. The mayor sent her a message. She voted yes on the report. Thank you. See that? Yeah, okay. Now we will go into delegation CR 21-130. I would like to call upon Delegation John Hopkins, Regina District Chamber of Commerce. John, please introduce yourself for the record, organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address the City Council, after which you will have opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of our 1,250 members to provide our thoughts and perspectives on the Tax Policy and Affordability Report. I want to begin my comments by thanking you for the working relationship we have established over the past 2 decades. We may have not always agreed on the issues before us, but we have always found a way to move our great community ahead. I also want to thank your administration for all the work that goes on behind the scenes, including the work that went into this report, which is well done and provides some very good information. Affordability. So where are we in terms of affordability and competitiveness? According to the 2019 City of Calgary Property Tax and Utility Survey, we are second lowest, have the second lowest municipal property tax based on a representative bungalow at $1,736. Fourth lowest when it comes to net property tax at $2,861, which includes municipal, education, and other levies. Third lowest when it comes to the median property tax at $3,104. Fourth lowest based on property tax per person. The report then addresses utilities, and that is where our standing drops like a bomb, primarily due to our water utility, where we are the highest based on water alone, and then fifth highest based on sewer and land drainage. The report references the water utility and property tax affordability survey on many occasions. We responded to the survey and provided our perspective on the survey to the executive committee. We found that the survey to be leading, particularly at the end of the survey. There are many reasons why we would strongly encourage you to not shift taxes from residential to commercial. One, we are in the middle of a pandemic that has devastated many businesses in our community. Some of these businesses have been dealt catastrophic blows. Shifting taxes to non-residential may have the exact opposite impact that we as a community are trying to achieve. Opportunity for our residents and for those who want to make our great city home. We want to encourage businesses to invest here, particularly those who offer mortgage-paying jobs. We need more manufacturers, more value-added ag, more warehousing, and more crushing facilities. It is these large players in the economy that drive the economy by creating not only jobs, but opportunities for small business. Three, there's talk in various circles, including the business community, who advocate that we should have the lowest taxes in the world. While there's a few of those, the vast majority want to pay their fair share and be competitive. The report speaks to competitiveness. We concur it is an important consideration. On the competitiveness front, I would like to bring your attention that Saskatoon, Calgary, and Winnipeg are not our only competition. We also need to watch the arms of Sherwood and Edenwald, who are getting increasing numbers of new businesses, as well as Regina businesses that have relocated. Four, making comparisons between communities when looking at tax policies is not easy, given there are very different methodologies used. For instance, like annual, biannual, or in our case, revaluations every 4 years. Different revaluations lead to different base dates, and which may be very different from the actual market conditions, particularly on a 4-year cycle as compared to an annual cycle. Am I out of time? 5, if the goals within both the OCP and property tax policies is to encourage economic growth, shifting taxes would have the opposite effect. Thank you. If I can answer any questions, I'll be happy to do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Yeah, you were only at 4 minutes, so you did good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will, any members have questions or comments? You made yourself clear, Mr. Hopkins. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Majestic Council. Now you may leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We will now consider item CR 21-130, Tax Policy and Affordability Report. Councillor Stadnichuk, could you introduce the report, please?
Okay, thank you. So CR 21-130, Tax Policy and Affordability Report. This report was initiated by the previous council when last June they asked administration to prepare a report for the third quarter of 2021 that provides a high-level review of property tax policy. That included a review of property tax subclasses, base taxes, the share of taxes paid by residential and non-residential properties, and potential tax affordability programs for low-income property owners. Last week, Executive Committee reviewed this extremely comprehensive report, And a motion by Councillor Bresciani to concur with one of the recommendations in the report is what we are dealing with today, specifically that administration develop a municipal tax deferral program for low-income seniors and low-income people with disabilities. At the Executive Committee, this motion asks that this come back to Council by the second quarter of 2022.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanisiak. Can I have a seconder, please? So Bresciani. Any questions from the members or comments on the report? Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I have an amendment that I'd like to put forward, and it's premised on some data that's nested in this study specific to the golf course subclass. And the request for this information was put forward, I believe, during the last budget discussion, and it was thought that we should be provided with a report, some information, context before we made a decision. That has been provided. So the amendment here is that administration eliminate the golf course subclass in the 2022 budget deliberation process. Just need a seconder, please.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shaw?
When I'm ready? Yeah. Or when you're ready?
Okay.
I can start talking? Yeah.
Any?
I just want to make sure I have the floor to speak to
I just
it.
want to ask if any other members have a comment or question, or?
Well, I can speak to the amendment.
You can speak? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the context is there was a discussion well over a decade ago, I believe, between private golf courses in the city, and there was an argument about fairness. A couple of things. I don't believe this council has to be beholden to discussions that took place in the past. I think it's a bit of a relic of a previous decision. I've seen no indication in our recreation master plan or any other master plan that this particular subclass does anything to advance city objectives. So I think whatever purpose it served, that's done. There's no indication in any of our objectives that we somehow have to prop up golf courses, public or private. And secondly, if we actually look at the private golf courses, very different than the actual public courses. I think the argument was there's a cross-subsidy. That really hasn't been founded. But the point here is these are private clubs with pretty lucrative fees associated to their membership. I think that membership can afford to pay the difference that might come from a suspension of this subclass. So, I mean, really the point here is there's really no purpose to keeping this. And I think we would be better spent looking at down the road other subclasses that fulfill more important objectives. If the concern is that there hasn't been any public consultation, et cetera, one, I would say I don't think they're entitled to it. And secondly, if this amendment goes ahead, it'll be considered in the budget, and there'll be time for any of the affected parties to come forward and speak to this. I just don't think it's fair to have this, especially since council decided to not support a rebate system for low-income households. I think there's even a weaker argument to maintain a subclass for golf courses. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Anyone discussion? Okay, and you'll have 3 minutes on the amendment, please.
Question.
Hang on. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I have a question to administration since I'm new to council. Why was this, what was the need and why did we administer this subclass for golf courses through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll maybe make some comments, and then Mr. Holden might have something to add given his longer tenure with the city.
Okay.
So it's my understanding back in 2001, council did have a discussion about the golf courses, and the issue before them was these two private golf courses, I believe one's a semi-private golf course, compete with the city's municipal-owned golf courses. City's municipal-owned golf courses, because they're on city land, don't pay property tax. And so council of the day felt that there needed to be a little bit of a leveling of the playing field as it came to property taxes, and as a result, created this subclass and charged tax rates basically 65% of the commercial class. So it was about, at that time, council believing leveling the playing field between municipal golf courses and those golf courses was an appropriate action to take at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that was discussion back in 2001. Has there been any further discussion since then, or is this the first time this has been brought up?
Through you,
To the chair, sorry.
through you, Deputy Mayor. There was a discussion, as Councillor Stevens had indicated, when the revaluation discussion first happened earlier or late last year.
Yeah.
So I believe that was the last time, but I will ask Ms. Bryden if she is aware of any other discussions that predate that.
Okay, Ms. Bryden, you there? Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So to the best of my knowledge, I don't recall any other discussions other than this spring.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
So I'm trying to figure this out, sorry. So if this were to go through, this would be the private golf courses that would be affected. We have 2 of them in Regina?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there are 2 golf courses, yes, that are impacted by this, that are
Thank you.
privately owned.
So through the chair, do we have an estimated amount of money that this would make a difference? Like, do we have any type of a
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So it would result in a 53, just under a 54% increase in their tax. So one of the golf courses would be impacted, see their property tax go up by $2,926, and the other property would see their taxes increase by $17,195.
Okay. So the most we're looking at is the second one is $17,195. So that would mean maybe an increase of $3 per membership per person there at the golf course. If we can get the numbers of how many people go there, but obviously we don't. But okay, that's all I have. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichak, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question regarding, in the Appendix C of this report, Table 1 on page 2 does have a list. It's kind of a comparison of different municipalities and the kinds of subclasses. I noticed that only Moose Jaw is the only other community in this comparison that does have golf courses. Do we know whether or not a city like Saskatoon, if they've never considered subclass of golf courses, if there is a particular reason, is it because they don't have city municipal run golf courses, or they do in Saskatoon as well? It's just a question if administration happens to know.
So Lacey, would you take that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll refer that question to Ms. Bryden if she knows.
Okay, Ms. Bryden, go
Through
ahead.
you. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of the City of Saskatoon and whether they've considered subclasses. I don't know if they have private and public golf courses within the city limits.
Thank you.
Okay. I do support this amendment. I do see that from the comparison that it isn't a common subclass at all. It doesn't sound like it would be a horrendous hardship on the golf courses. So I am going to support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichak. We have Councillor Moe online. Councillor Moe, you there? What's that?
I'm good. Cheryl just asked my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Councillor Brasciani, go ahead.
Thank you. Let's, which 2? Is this the Wascana and the Regina Golf Club?
Mr. Lacy, is that
I
you?
Sorry, through Mayor Masters, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I believe that's the case. I'll just confirm that with Ms. Bryden.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. A portion of the Wascana is within the city, and then the Regina is in the city.
Okay. I guess the question I'm going to ask is, was there not flooding that happened at the Regina Golf Course a few years ago? And that was one of the reasons as well that there was some kind of a change. And I remember the discussion a couple years ago that they had flooding and they were able to only use the course, and it happens quite often. Would that be accurate through the chair?
Oh, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Beshiani is correct. There was a flooding situation at the Regina Golf Club. At the time, I think they came forward, as Mr. Lacy indicated, it was about leveling the playing field in terms of the city courses not having to pay municipal taxes. But there was also, a consideration that they had incurred some, property damage and would have to incur some significant expense to repair. But that is a number of years ago.
Okay, thank you. Which course would inherit the $17,000 increase? Through the chair?
Was that to Mr. Lacy? Oh, go ahead.
I'll refer that question to Ms. Bryden.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, that would be the Royal Regina that would experience that increase.
Thank you. And through the chair, this club is not just a private club, this is also a public club, through the chair?
Mr. Lacy, do you know that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my understanding is that it's a semi-private club.
The concern that I have here, and I remember it well when we were looking at taking out the Regina lawn bowling, and I remember they heard it on the news that all of a sudden that they were going to almost be done away with in that area. And it was a slap in the face to them, and they were very, very upset with that there was no consultation, and it was a conversation that just happened to be on the news, and they had heard that was part of the discussion. So I would not support it for that reason. I think it would be unfair to not even have a discussion or a dialogue as to this motion that's coming forward. $17,000 is a lot when you think about a golf course is only open for a few months in the summer. That's it. The revenue has to carry all year round to keep it open, unless we don't want them to stay open all year round for people to go and have lunches and sit on a nice green spot in our city. So I won't support this, and one of the reasons being is that there's no consultation with both of these, and I think if we decided down the way that this is something, then I think we need to have it's only fair that we have a conversation first, and then decide upon that, I guess, with their input. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beshiani. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't support this either. First of all, there's a question of fairness here. All four courses, the municipal courses and the private courses, do in a sense compete with each other, and it doesn't seem to me to be fair that the municipal courses should be exempt from paying municipal taxes, and the private courses, the two private courses, do not receive the same exemption. So basic fairness, number one. Number two, these two courses that we're talking about, both Wascana and Royal Regina, provide recreational opportunities for the young people of our city, which are valuable, and recreational opportunities for all ages, including senior citizens. And I don't think that it makes much sense, given that we're talking about recreation a lot in this city, to start to impose additional burdens, really unnecessarily, on two recreational facilities that help make up our summer recreation agenda. And thirdly, both of these golf courses are well known nationally. And indeed, one, the Wascana's course, just recently hosted the Women's Professional Golf Association tournament. And that kind of exposure for the city is important. They're important too for organizations that include golf as part of their convention activities. So both of these golf courses provide benefit to the city that go above and beyond simply providing recreational activities. For those three reasons, and the reason which Councillor Bresciani mentioned, for the reasons of fairness, recreation, and city exposure on a national level, I can't support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Looking through and the fact that there's no other subclasses except for golf courses, especially in light of some of the needs of our community coming through a pandemic, I can understand the intention behind the amendment. Not being an avid golfer, as a young person, I did golf with my grandfather at the Par 3 Regent, which is now gone. I don't have the view that these are accessible golf courses for every resident of Regina to use. I might be wrong in that view. I don't know how to start the conversation also to get feedback without some type of a movement like we're doing today. I reflect on the comments made about approach at budget time, and I look forward to being corrected about my assumptions, because I could be, and I could reverse my mind then. But for today, I don't feel it's fair to protect two businesses or industries in our city without having any type of other consideration for some maybe more life-altering needs throughout the community. So I can understand the intention, and I'll be supporting it.
Mancinelli. Okay. Councillor Zahenia, go ahead.
I'm just curious, do we know how many members that, so the one that is the most affected is the Royal Regina course. Do we know how many members they have? Anyone have a sense of that? No.
Who will take that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. No, we don't have that information on hand.
Thank you.
Okay, I was just curious in terms of following up on a comment that Councillor Shaw had made. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, did you want to close?
Sure, just a couple of points. Again, a reminder, this really doesn't serve any meaningful objective at the city. If we remove this subclass, the golf courses will survive. They'll be fine. This is different than the lawn bowling. That was a city facility. We had proposed in that budget to close that facility. The community responded because it's a well-used public facility. We are not closing golf courses. We are closing a tax loophole. Whether it floods or not is irrelevant. There are many properties and public parks that flood. You don't get a discount because you can't use the flood adjacent to the creek. You don't get a discount if your basement floods. You don't get a discount if your street floods. I think it's an immaterial argument. I understand part of the rationale, but again, in terms of the demographic and the purpose, we are creating a tax loophole, I think, for a space and for residents that probably do not need this. And as Councillor Mancinelli mentioned, this is the beginning of the consultation. This is the notice. It's been raised already. It'll be discussed in the budget, and these courses can certainly discuss their case at budget time, and we can weigh it against other priorities and figure out whether or not other properties in this class should be paying for the golf course subsidy. So that's why I'm asking for your support. People want it in the community and have an economic argument for it. They can raise it. This is how the consultation begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Mr. Clerk, we'll call the question on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk,
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
Opposed.
Mayor Masters. She has indicated in the chat it is no. Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
That is 6 in favor, 4 against. The amendment carries.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the report. Any more discussion? If not, I'll call. Any discussion from members on the main report? No, I just saw a button come up. Mr. Clerk, call the question, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Shaw,
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Councillor Moule,
In favor.
Mayor Masters. We'll just wait for the mayor to hear me. Mayor Masters? I'll proceed to Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
That is 9 in favor to 0 against, Mayor. It carries.
Thank you.
Okay, just indicate.
Did we get a response?
Yes. We did get it into...
Mayor was in favor?
Mayor was in favor. That changes it to 10 to 0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have the next one? Is he there? Is it? Okay. Okay, we'll move to delegation on report CR 21-134. I would like to call upon delegation Mr. Henry Loon. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address the City Council, after which you will have opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council may have for you. Mr. Loon, go ahead.
I'm Henry Lund, and I'm on Grosvenor Street in Regina. And the reason I called in last year with all the details on the noise on the ring road, and it is the problems is motorcycles, cars, small trucks, large trucks. They're all illegal mufflers and the speed, and it's a constant noise. Middle of the night, you'll get truckers with Jake brakes or engine brakes, whatever you want to call them. And the ones that make all the noise are not running mufflers, and they should be just pulled off the road. All these vehicles will not pass an SGI inspection. Now, I've run trucks myself most of my life with Jake brakes, and with proper mufflers, most people wouldn't even know when you used a Jake brake. It's all muffled down. They're not barking away like some of these trucks with no mufflers. These motorcycles, some of them have got no mufflers on them at all, and they make more noise than anything else, but the thing is they don't run them in the wintertime, so we get a break there. Now, if the city police would get out there and set up these traps to check for noisy mufflers and issue tickets to have them certified, they'd have to go through an SGI inspection, and it wouldn't be long. People wouldn't be racing them up and down the ring road. Now, you get 8 o'clock in the evening nearly every day. It's like a drag strip. They're just, some of them are probably hitting anywhere from 120 to 140 kilometers, where the speed is right now it's at 100. And the only way that we're ever going to get rid of this noise, this wall is totally not feasible. The ring road is elevated to the rooftop height, past from the trailer court or from Victoria Avenue all the way to the CP rail tracks. There's housing all the way along there, both sides. And it's elevated because of the overpass on Dudney and the overpass on Victoria, and it cuts down after you get to the railroad tracks. But after that spot, there's only industrial commercial buildings where it doesn't affect people in their own homes. Now, we can't even open our windows, can't use the backyard. It's just a constant racket. If you're mowing grass, half the time you can't even hear if the lawnmower's running. And I'm mixing things up here. I didn't really organize anything. But I have remedies for a lot of these things in my head. And the first thing is post signs. I've asked for signs for, I don't know, the ring road's been going on for 40 years. My house was here before the ring road was even built. If I'd have known that, I would have never built this place here. And the only way to get rid of this noise would be to reduce the speed to 70 kilometers per hour for this strip from Victoria Avenue right to the CP railroad tracks. Have blitzes set up to get after these people that are still making the noise, and set up radar and these decibel meters to get after them. Now, the media would play a big part in this too if it got on the news that the city is going to start enforcing this stuff. People would smarten up in a hurry if it's going to cost them $500 or whatever, or have to get their vehicles certified. That's probably good for a couple thousand to put on a whole new muffler system. So it's all up to the city. This wall, it'll never be built. It's in the range from $25 to $50 million to get a wall. You'd have to go up to about 40 feet high on both sides of the ring road. Now, it's going to probably create a real problem with blowing snow and everything else, and it'll never be done. The only way they'll get rid of the noise is to reduce the speed, police these vehicles, and
Okay, Mr. Lund, I give you extra 30 seconds on that. It's over 5 minutes. So I will stop you there, sir. If you just give me, I'm going to check with the members if any members of council have questions for you.
I'd appreciate all the questions you can give me.
I've got lights blinking, so they're coming.
Okay.
Councilman Sinelli?
Thank you very much. Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Lund, and through the chair. Just a question. You said this falls solely on the city for responsibility. In listening to you, you described an SGI certification process, which is a provincial jurisdiction, as well as the cars, which are all regulated provincially, the state of them and the repair of them. Have you ever approached the province asking them if they have any insights on enforcement or keeping the roads safe and in proper working order for the people using them?
This is all happening in the city of Regina. You have the city police department, and they're totally capable of issuing tickets for noisy vehicles. It's not a provincial like the RCMP are not going to police the city here for noisy vehicles. It's the city of Regina, and they have to do their job.
Understood. I was more asking from the frame of mind of you mentioning SGI many times and them being the actual regulator of vehicles in our province. What you mentioned are vehicles missing, fairly commonplace amenities like a muffler. Knowing that they are the regulator for that, I was wondering if you ever contacted them, asked any questions on their insights. And I understand your point of view of the city being a responsibility in this matter. That's already been taken.
I could contact them. It's still illegal to run them, and they need to be turned in for them to do anything about it.
Agreed, and
It's
knowing
a
that they have
provincial
power.
law. The SGI controls all the licensing and certification, but these ones are running illegal, and they're not getting a hold of them. They're not going to sit out on the road. I guess they have provincial traffic police, but they're mainly police the trucks. And these things need to be taken care of by the City of Regina and the city police.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sinoli. Councilor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Mr. Lund, I just want to be clear, you're not asking for any investment in a wall or any barrier. What you're very clear about here is that this should just be handled through enforcement, correct? We just need to ramp up enforcement. That's the solution?
Get it on the media so people know that something is going to be done. Get the police out to do their job. They could set up a spot. There's a turnaround on the ring road between Dudney and Victoria Avenue. They could set up some little thing where they could hide their cars, like a little wall or something, and just sit there. If the people don't see them, that's when they're going to catch them.
Okay, and again, you're not asking for a wall, you're not asking for an investment of that caliber, just enforcement.
Oh, I would ask for it, but I know full well it'll never be built.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Oh. Okay, we got more questions. We got Councilor Shaw. Go ahead.
No, I'm very familiar with SGI and how cars have to go through inspections and stuff like that. And cars are inspected based on cars that are brought in from out of province. So if I bought a vehicle in Saskatchewan, I don't have to get an inspection, so therefore SGI would never know if I have a muffler or I don't have a muffler unless it goes through that inspection. Am I correct in stating that through the chair?
So Lund, go ahead.
Probably, but the problem here is when you get a warning ticket, when the police stop you with a noisy muffler and you get a warning to have it certified, you have to get it certified or your plates are going to get canceled.
Right. So that is how SGI would find out that you have a muffler or the wrong muffler, is if the police stop the vehicle and give them that ticket. Is that correct through the chair?
That's absolutely right. They can stop any vehicle that's got half a fender missing or a bumper dragging or no muffler on it, period. Give them a warning ticket to have it certified. In fact, they have the authority, as far as I know, to pull it right off the road and get a tow truck.
Yeah, and as far as I know, from what I know, I believe that's correct. So just to go from Councillor Andrews' point, the walls, if we just enforce the laws that we already have in place, this would be a significant cutback in our noise violations that we hear here in the city, instead of putting up $37 million worth of walls that the taxpayers have to pay for. So just kind of a comment.
You got a price on the walls, have you?
Well, we have a roundabout price from 16 to 37 million, so. But, okay, thank you very much for coming forward and talking to us about this. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, at least I was accurate on roughly 25 to 50 million.
Okay, there's more questions coming, Mr. Lund. Just 1 second.
Good. Keep them coming.
They're coming. Councilor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lund, I just have one question. Have you contacted the Regina Police Service about this and registered a concern?
Yes, I have.
What was the
And
response?
I've contacted them for 40 years. And now recently, in the last year or two, all you do is you get a recording when you ask for the traffic division, and they make note of it, and when they go on their shift, they listen to the messages, and if there's enough complaints, they'll police the area. I'm only one person. And the other thing is, I've walked up and down Grosvenor, and I believe it's on the other side of the ring road. It starts with an R. Well, whatever it is, it's the one adjacent, west side of the ring road. And every house that I went to that answered their door signed a petition that I had for the noise on the ring road, and they were all behind me 100%. There's not one person that said he wouldn't sign it or that it's not noisy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That was my question.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichak, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Lund, just a question. You said you've lived in that area for 48 years. The ring road was built after you moved in there, but has the amount of noise, the traffic, changed in the last number of years, the last number of, like 10 years or so? Or has it always been quite heavy?
There's more traffic constantly. It's probably, I'm guessing, there's probably, I don't know if it'd be 100 times, 50 times more traffic now than there was previously. If you try and count, I've tried to count the vehicles going by here, and at times there's so many you can't even count them. That's how fast they're going by.
Thank you. Through the chair, since the bypass has been built, has traffic changed at all? Are there fewer trucks on the road?
No.
No. Okay,
There's
that's
no
all.
difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? If not, I have a question or two. I'll give the members a chance. No? Mr. Lund, I've got a couple for you here. You mentioned about reducing speed limit. Would that be one of the things to do to reduce the noise going by you on Ring Road, because the Ring Road is elevated?
For every 10K they drop it, you probably take, it's unbelievable. From 70K to 100K, there's less than 1/4 of the noise.
Okay.
And that's tire noise, exhaust noise, everything. It just drops. Amazing how much it drops. 70K, you wouldn't hear vehicles even go by here.
Okay. So just another question for you. How was the noise through the pandemic? Let's say the beginning of pandemic, when things slowed right down. Have you noticed that the actual traffic, because the traffic did reduce, everybody stayed home. How did that impact you? What kind of experience?
Big reduction.
Say that again?
Big reduction in noise.
I was speaking, so I interrupted your say it again.
Oh, there was a lot less noise during the pandemic when people started staying home.
Okay. And I didn't hear your answer when Councillor Stanichak asked you about did the Regina bypass help the traffic on Ring Road?
No.
Okay.
The trucks that are coming through Regina from Winnipeg and they're going to Saskatoon, it's too many miles to run around. They're still coming through.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lund, for coming and presenting, answering questions. I'm just going to check again, see if any other members have any further thing to add to their questions. I see none. So you could leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Earhart. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm just going to go through the, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. Yeah, you will have 5 minutes to address the council, after which there'll be opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council will have for you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Wayne Earhart, and I live in Regina, and I'm representing myself and a few people on Grosvenor Street and so on. To the members of the Regina City Council and Deputy Mayor, I'm writing to express my concerns in regards to the negative impact of vehicle-related noise levels residential properties who back onto the ring road contend with. My residential property is located on 1416 Grosvenor Street. My property not only backs onto the ring road, it backs onto Dewdney Avenue Ring Road or on-ramp north. The vehicle-related noise include tires, exhaust, mufflers, and engine noise. These noise components are forever changing in fluctuating up and down as vehicles come and go, as gears shift up and down. Now I'm going to go over here. I went out and I bought myself a, it's called a sound level meter. And on September the 13th at about 4:30, I stood there on my deck against the house. And before I say any more, the on-ramp to my property line is 40 feet, and the up-ramp to my deck is 100 feet. So that is just about living with the truckers and the cars. Anyways, I'm going to give you some details on this meter. At I stood out there for an hour. 4:30 p.m. I plugged in 84.2. At 4:35 we had 102.5. 41 we put 101.9. 4:44 100. 4:49 to 5 o'clock it was around 87 and 89. 5:02 I hit 101.4. 101.5, 101.6 at 5:04. This is all within minutes. 5:07, 101.5. 5:11, motorcycle, 101.4. And 5:16, 101.9. And then the rest, 5:16, 21, 26, we're all in the 80s. So, you know, it's a dangerous situation for our health, especially. Now, vehicle-related noises has been impact on quality of life in citizens. Vehicle-related noise levels are often an interference with relaxing on the deck, visiting with family and friends, and it's also a sleep distribution of time at times. Noise pollution often affects both health and behavior. Unwanted sound noise can damage physically and mentally. Noise pollutions can cause annoyance and aggression, hypertension, high stress levels, hearing loss and distribution. In other harmful effects, we also deal with abundance of dust, exhaust, which is diesel burning and smelling. You know, it's a smell that even comes into our living room from the ring road. About 23 years ago, City Council promised trees would be planted to help reduce noise level. Yes, they planted the trees, but only on 1300 block. On 1400 block, they planted lilacs. Can you believe this? Lilacs. I think 3 grew and not even as high as the fence. So residential properties in the newer areas with rear and side lot adjacent to high traffic roadways are having sound walls installed. Why are existing properties not being taken into consideration? I urge the city, and I urge the city of Regina to be supportive in reducing the negative impact of vehicle-related noise residential properties backing on to the ring road and contend with. Now, I just might mention, we contend with the ring road and the on-ramp at one time. So I would urge the city to support this. I look forward to a response from the City of Regina in regards to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Earhart. There will be questions. We are starting, so just 1 second.
Okay.
What do we got here? Councilor Shaw, is that you going?
Yes, please, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Yeah. I just have a quick question, and only because I don't know the history behind where you live. I don't have the years that you have living here. Was Ring Road built before or after your home was built, through the chair?
Okay, I come in here in 1977, so no, the ring road was not built, or the on-ramp going north, no.
It wasn't built. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Members? Questions to the delegation? If not, I have 1 or 2. Okay, Mr. Earhart, the speed of Ring Road being 100, is that impacts the noise that you feeling when the vehicles come onto on-ramp to meet the traffic at top of the hill at 100?
Well, the ring road is not as bad as the on-ramp. The on-ramp is disgusting. You know, I can't even see how the City of Regina left this go. You know, we're sitting here on our deck, and sometimes we can't even hear each other. And, you know, this is the truth. I invite you to come over and visit and have a look at this, you know, but the speed going up there, up the ramp, I think should be reduced, because sometimes both lanes are full, and how do you, you know, they're not going to let you in. So I've seen a few cars hit the ditch, you know, that they just couldn't get in. So I think a slower speed up there would help them to merge, and, you know, you're going to have to look over your shoulder when you're coming up there. But the speed and that isn't a problem mainly here. It's the mufflers. Just ugly. The mufflers that, you know, the noise. You know, I can't even explain it, you know, with my decibel meter, I'm sure I explained it fairly well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir. And what you're talking about mufflers, and you're talking about speed. So if the speed is 100 on the ring road, and if I'm going up there, I want to speed up because I need to queue into the traffic. So my question was, if the speed would reduce to, let's say, like for the previous delegation mentioned, 70 on top, would that help? Yep. Would that help the on-ramp speed as well? Because I don't think you could. So the question is, would that be the point of discussion or doing?
Well, first of all, you got that sign posted on that on the light stand there that says 100. You know, take that away. You know, and I think if you you know, would put 70 on there, maybe some of these guys with these mufflers wouldn't hit, you know, hit the pedal to the metal as they're going up. You know, if it's a speed limit, they might, you know, more obey it. I would think.
But mufflers, you know, I don't know if you're even going to get away with mufflers unless you police it. I phoned the police 2-3 times. You get recordings. I phoned back to the city, the lady that gave me the number. She said they are in there and they should answer. And I phoned back and there's a recording. I left my name, my address, and I welcomed them to call me, but nothing happens.
Okay. Mr. Earhart, thank you very much. I'm just going to check, does anyone else from the member have any further questions? I see none. Thank you very much for addressing the council. I would ask you to leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. We will now consider item CR 21-134, roadway noise attenuation policy update. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to introduce the report, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a recommendation from the Ops Committee to City Council, one directing the administration to bring forward the budget implications of a noise wall pilot through the 2022 budget deliberations. Two, direct the administration to report back to Ops Committee with the findings of the pilot and updated road noise attenuation policy and recommended implementation strategy. Three, direct the administration that any update of the road noise attenuation policy be based on the following principles: the current noise limit be maintained for existing and new areas, the permitted noise attenuation methods be expanded, noise calculation methodology be updated to modern standards, and locations where noise mitigation is impractical to continue to be exempted. And direct the administration to consult with the land development industry regarding the proposed approach to noise attenuation in new development areas. I set out the recommendation in details because it's important to understand that what's sought here is an updated road noise attenuation policy, including implications of the cost of a noise wall pilot prospect. First of all, there is need to update the policy. It's clearly stated that it needs to be updated to take account of modern standards and modern noise attenuation methods. Those will probably primarily apply to new developments, but they may have some implication for long-standing subdivisions like we've heard from today. So what's being looked for here is not a solution to the problem, but a bit of a study so we find out what it is we're dealing with. The other point I want to make to Council is that I think the delegations are right. We're not going to be building 40-foot walls at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. However, there may be other kinds of barriers that are available, something as simple as trees. This pilot would produce those options. And even more importantly, it seems to me, listening to these gentlemen and having a feeling for their plight, is that the speed needs to be looked at, which is something we could do following the recommendations of a pilot. And finally, that enforcement here is a problem. And if the pilot, it proves that out, then it seems to me Council, working through the Regina Police Board, can have a discussion about enforcement. So basically, this is a recommendation for a pilot study, and I'd ask Council to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seconder? Councillor Mencinelli? Okay, I think you're first in queue. Look at that.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I have a question for administration, looking at the outcomes if this is voted in. I've tried to pay attention to this file since we've been talking about it, and one of the things I picked up is the ability to measure the decibels of noise. There's various methods. The method that's described in our policy back from the 90s is outdated. In the new policy, we want to recreate the same limit of 65 decibels London style, but we want to change the way we're measuring that. I'm wondering if that's going to create a conflict between changing the measurement or changing the style of measuring, but retaining the original measurement outcome. Has that been kind of looked at all? So if everyone else is measuring from 100 feet at 1 foot off ground level and the new average is 74 decibels, the way they're taking the measurement across all municipalities, if we stick to 65 decibels but adapt the new measurement, are we going to create a problem for ourselves?
Mr. Honor, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Kaleem, who is our manager of traffic, to provide answer, or Ms. Lugner to provide answer.
Okay.
We'll maybe start with
Ms. Lugner?
Ms. Lugner.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. So what we would do is work with the consultant to ensure that we're starting from a base point where we have current updated methodology, and then we would actually revisit the testing along all the areas of interest. And then from there, we would look at just sort of validating the locations where noise walls either would be warranted or would be projected to be warranted within a certain time frame, and then select mitigative measures at various locations based on that information. So we may find that some of the measurements end up being different from the measurements that we had in 2014, which was the last time we measured. However, we don't anticipate that a change in methodology would dramatically alter the locations that would require some sort of mitigative action.
Just as a follow-up, how about the change in the methodology allowing for a new norm of 70 dBA instead of 65 dBA, or 60 instead, because with change of methodology you get change of measurement as well? Is the 3A too prescriptive for the investigation and measuring you're going to be undertaking?
Go back to Ms. Luna. Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So as part of that research that we will do, we already did some of the research into what other municipalities are doing. And if you look at Appendix A of the report, you can see the noise method measurements that the other municipalities have set for their threshold. So we think that 65 dBA is within the right range for what an appropriate noise level would be. But we just want to make sure that we're being consistent with those other municipalities for how we're measuring it.
Thank you. And I just want to finish with a comment. We just went through a exhaust noise debate within council with an outcome for directives to our city police force of enforcement as well. I know it's been mentioned a couple times, like nothing has been done, but I thought I'd just put that out there, that has been very recent and addressed to some extent. My only comments.
That's your comment, okay. What do we got here? I think Councilor Brasciani, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. On page 7, it talks about the pilot project and that the initial cost is $700,000, and that's for the investment in noise attenuation walls or mitigation measures. So I guess I'd like to know how did we come up with the 700,000? Like, what's the breakdown on that? Through the chair.
Mr. Lonroy?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment.
Okay, Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. So the proposed budget of $700,000 is broken down into approximately $150,000 to hire the consultant, approximately $450,000 to build actual noise walls, and then some additional funding for contingency and internal resources to manage the consultant if required. The consultant, the tasks that we would be asking them to do are measure the current noise levels and update the projections, recommend a location for the pilot, assist with community discussions that would be required, and managing the stakeholders in the pilot, design and oversee construction of the pilot project, monitor and evaluate the pilot project, draft the new noise policy, draft new noise wall technical standards, and then develop an implementation strategy for a full noise program. And sorry, I will just also add, that the $450,000 estimate for the noise walls was based on the 2014 study that we have that estimated estimated what the cost might be for noise walls, and $450,000 we think would pay for one larger location or two smaller location noise walls. And when I say smaller location, I mean a location where the noise wall would be required on both sides of the street.
Thank you. Do you know the width of that? Like how long, through the chair? The length? What would we get for that, through the chair?
Ms. Lugner?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So it really depends on the location and what the height of the wall would need to be. So we would anticipate that we would either have a location where it's required on one side of the road only, which would enable a longer length, or a location where it's a shorter wall, or sorry, narrower wall, but it's required on both sides of the street.
Thank you.
So you can't build it on just one side of the street where there's development on both sides.
Okay, thank you for that. We had a great discussion, as Councillor Hawkins indicated, at committee, just in regards to looking at alternative sources, more green, and looking at trees, and building berms, and other cities have done that as well. I guess the concern that I do have with the $700,000 in the fact that we don't really know what we're getting when we look at the $450,000. We're going to leave that up to kind of a consultant. We're going to try and find a space that could work for that cost. We know that the one in the report, there's one that's identified, but it's very, very costly, so it would not fit into this. So I guess I'm asking is that why could we not develop the policy first, like other cities have a policy, do the development of a policy, and you've indicated that we would hire a consultant, that'd be around the $150,000 to $200,000, do the policy first, and then they would come forward with suggestions, and those would be in new developments. What does that look like? It would also be looking at using trees, as well as we know that these walls are very, very expensive to build. So looking at other alternatives, which they would come back with in a report, rather than just going out and trying to build this and seeing we don't really know if that's going to again, be very costly, but also could be ineffective. So I'm just wondering, why was it also an option to try and move that forward, or would that be something to look at a policy first, through the chair?
Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So I think the idea behind doing a pilot would be to test some new products that are available, and that would provide some costing that administration would look at when they brought the report forward and looking at a financial model. We would have more accurate costing in determining what that long-term financial model would look like and a funding strategy around that. The work of the consultant, as Ms. Lugner had indicated, will definitely be around helping to develop the policy, and within that policy there will be many alternatives brought forward. So noise attenuation, when you talk about walls, is one aspect of dealing with noise attenuation. As the delegation spoke to, it can be vehicular noise, it can be speed, and I will note there is a current study being done through Ms. Kaleem's team, through our traffic group, on ring road safety. So that report will be coming forward to council. I don't have the exact date on that, but it will be looking at off-ramps, it'll be looking at speeds in certain locations, traffic counts in certain locations. So that work is underway now. So I'll ask Ms. Kaleem if she has anything further to add regarding that report, because that also can influence some of the decisions around noise.
Ms. Kaleem?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Chair. just to add on to Mr. Onrait's comments, yes, the report that we have engaged a consultant for is on the full ring road safety, and it will be looking at appropriate speeds as well as looking at the roadway conditions, geometry, proper illumination, and other recommendations. And that would be due back in Q2 of 2022 to administration.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. I think the ring road is one of the ones that I've also heard, of course, in my area as well as in further south, as in Councillor Stadnichuk's area as well. But reducing the speed has been one thing that I know has been talked about. But I want to just go back to the fact that we're actually going to take on looking at some type of a wall or a berm or a wall, and looking at certain products, which I think other cities have already done. When I spoke with Saskatoon, they do this, they know, they've already got a policy drafted. So I really would hope that we would have a policy first, and then in this policy with also a list of suggested areas that need the noise attenuation. So that would be probably in that policy and in that report. So I am going to bring forward an amendment. And I'll just speak to that, it's that recommendations number 1 and 2 be removed. And it's just tweaking it in the fact that we've heard that about $200,000 to be allocated for an update to the road attenuation noise policy. So, and that would be come through the 2022 budget.
So before you go any further, we need a seconder on that.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
So,
Mr. Chair, this is not an amendment. This is a completely new policy. This guts the original motion. And you can't, by way of amendment, put what is effectively a whole new motion on the floor. So, Mr. Chair, on a procedural point, I would say you have to deal with the motion on the floor, and then if another motion comes forward, fine, but you can't gut the motion on the floor by way of amendment.
so what I call it a motion?
Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'm just seeing this now for the first time. So I would just ask members of council just to give me a moment or two just to digest this. I am inclined to believe that Councillor Hawkins' point of order is in order. Can you just give me a moment?
Okay.
We might get a 15, depends on both sides. It's not feasible. I don't think we can look for it. Trees. Yeah. Trees and berms. That's what I was going to.
The ring road problem will go away for a lot of the city all around that.
Trees and berms. People will be happy with that. And growing and don't get in sticks like the natural trees. Andrew? That last paragraph, would it be coming in the 2022 or 2023? I asked them about that. Just read that number 2.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
So, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I apologize to members for the delay. It would be my position that Councillor Hawkins' motion or his concerns are well taken. I think what the easiest thing to do, if I understand the intention of what Councillor Bresciani is wanting to do, is she wants number 1 and number 2 removed, but would leave number 3. I believe from a procedural point of view, the easiest thing to do is to request that the chair call on each number 1, number 2, and number 3 separately, vote on each separately, and if it gets defeated, it takes care of that. Because otherwise you are trying to amend, you're trying to change something through an amendment which is quite significant. It's not a tweak. So procedurally, we have done this many times on the floor of council where you have asked for a vote, the recommendations in a particular vote to be separated. And if you defeated number 1 and you defeated number 2, in my opinion, that has the same effect as what you're trying to achieve. And if they don't get defeated, then the entire motion is going forward as unamended. Does that meet your needs, Councillor Hawkins?
It doesn't meet my concern, actually. I think that 1, 2, 3, and 4 are not severable. I think that they go as a whole to describe the parameters of a complete study. And I think that to produce, for this motion to produce a study which was just a rump study would really substantially diminish what the motion, the recommendation seeks here. So I'd prefer that we deal with the recommendation and then subsequently deal with any other motion that might come along.
If I may, Councillor or Deputy Mayor, the problem is if the entire motion gets passed as it stands, then again we'd be into that notion of there should be no amendments once the motion has been written as passed. It's in its entirety. I'm just trying to make this clear for council. Again, my understanding it is that there would be no money put forward for a pilot project, and there would be nothing. The updated road noise attenuation policy is still to be looked at, correct? Am I understanding this?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Number 3 says, direct an update be based on the following principles. Now, is number 3 contingent on the findings of the pilot? If it isn't, then number 3 could still go forward.
So can I just bring clarity, if I can, if that's okay, Councillor Hawkins? Can I just share what I'm trying to, just some clarity? I really, it's not about the policy. I want the policy to be developed. It's about the pilot. So they're doing a policy and they're doing a pilot on top. So that's where the 700,000 comes in. So number 1 is direct administration to bring forward the budget implications of a noise wall pilot. That one could be removed. That one there could be removed. Number 2, my amendment is exactly number 2, exact word for word, other than taking out with the findings, the findings of a pilot. So I'm just taking out the pilot piece. That's all I'm doing. It's everything else. I want the policy and everything, but it's just the pilot. So what I'm really asking for here is the policy to come first, and in that, with that policy, then would also be the information there to suggest where the pilot and the amount and the areas would come. But right now, they want to do this and the pilot together. And I'm asking that we come with the information first and then develop a pilot. That's all the change. So if that's a huge difference, I guess it would just be removing number 1 in that way. So.
Mr. Chair, through you.
Go ahead.
My understanding of this recommendation is that we're looking for a pilot, we're looking for a report. I believe the pilot project will inform the report, that the information gleaned in the pilot will be very useful in updating the noise attenuation policy. And to ask for an update of the noise attenuation policy without having done the experiment, which is another word for pilot, is to produce a report that will lack the kind of impact and depth that you need. To put it another way, normally you do a study and then you write the report. You don't bring in a policy and then do a study. So I think that the recommendation, I think one is an integral part of doing the noise attenuation policy. And so I'd ask that it be voted on together as a whole, and if it's voted down, somebody else can propose something else. But I think that the recommendation hangs together, all four pieces, and it hangs together because it's really a description of the terms of reference of what it takes to do a viable, to formulate a viable noise attenuation policy.
Okay. I see it that way.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and again, I apologize for the procedural twists on this. Based on what Councillor Hawkins has explained as chair of the committee and his explanation that these 1, 2, and 3 are integrally tied together, then it would be my advice then that yes, they should remain together, because I'm convinced in Councillor Hawkins' reasoning that they are part and parcel of an overall approach here, and therefore they should be voted on in their entirety. And because Councillor Bresciani's amendments are essentially contrary to this, her amendment would not stand at this point, and you should discuss the recommendation as it is and vote it either on or off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay. I have, there's more.
So what you have to do is say that's.
So I can just remove my amendment right now then? Thank you, I'll do that.
So, I didn't hear that?
I will remove my
You're removing?
amendment, yeah.
Okay.
For right now.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go back into the main report, and I do believe we have a speaker. Okay, Councillor Shaw, go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify this. So, because I remember it was back at planning when we brought forth the noise violations in the area of the city, which was higher and which ones are lower and so on and so forth. Does anybody through administration, do you remember that report that was brought to us since I've been on council through the chair?
Mr. Honore, go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't. Can you maybe give me a little more information on what the report was about?
I remember that, so there's certain areas in the city that are, because it came down to service requests and it came down to the noise violations. You guys have done a study. So, and I remember the one area that's in my ward, going up to Broad, that was a higher noise violation, say, than another area, which I can't remember. But there was a report that was brought to us since I've been on council that discussed this and the findings.
If I can,
Through the chair.
jump in, Mr. Honore. I believe it's the 2016 Golden Consultant Report, I believe. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not sure. I just remember it being since I was here on council, and that was something that...
Through the
Okay,
chair.
thanks.
There was a stunting report brought forward, but there was also an in-camera lunch and learn with council regarding noise and the report that the chair is referring to.
And those findings, do you remember, would those findings have anything to do with what we're doing here now, through the chair?
Through the chair, they do. That report is 7 years old. So through this work, there would just be a check and balance to make sure the noise limit or the noise levels have not changed, and if they have, recording those changes in the designated areas where the testing is to be done, and then that will come forward for discussion through the policy. But as indicated earlier, 65 decibels, so the base limit that Ms. Lubner talked to. 6 out of 10 of the municipalities that we have had a discussion with and looked at their policies, 6 out of the 10 are at 65 decibels. So that part of the base, we believe, is reasonable in comparison with other municipalities. But some of the information coming out of the report that was done a number of years ago will be looked at as we would go through this process for comparison purposes.
And that's lovely, but my question now to that is, you did this report, you did this assessment several years ago. Did anything come of that report through that assessment years ago, through the chair?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. I'll ask Ms. Gasmo to comment, as her or Ms. Lugner would be aware of the report.
Okay. Ms. Gasmo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe out of that report we were asked to go away and do this work that is coming back to you, refresh of the policy. I believe also there were a couple of budget requests put forward in that time frame, but many of those did not reach or get considered during the budget deliberations due to other priorities. So those are the things I can recall. I don't know if Ms. Lugner can identify anything else that may have been done in that time period.
We ask Ms. Lugner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I'm not aware of any other activities that have occurred since 2014 when that study was done.
So just to add to that, so that study was done in 2014, came back with the noise violations and where we had the more noise. Nothing came of that report. Money was spent by taxpayers on that report, nothing came of that. I also heard trees are supposed to be planted, nothing came of that. I'm questioning the fact that we're going to do another report for $750,000 and bring back some more noise violations, and then that will have to go through for budget. We're in a tight budget right now with COVID, with everything. Is this really a priority? We know that if we had more enforcement with vehicles, that would bring the noise violation down. We know that I'm really having a hard time solving or dealing with spending another $750,000 on taxpayers' money for a report. We also, we talk about electric cars coming into place, 2030, I do believe, is that it? It almost looks like, it's going to self-correct itself. Cars are going to be less, they're going to be electric, that's where we're going, and we're going to this renewable Regina. People bought a house backing onto Ring Road, and I know many people that bought a house backing onto Ring Road. The price reflects the house that they bought backing onto Ring Road. They get that. I just don't believe that we should be spending another $750,000 during this time on a report that may come up with nothing more, same as the report in 2014 did. So no, I can't support this, and I won't support this. Thank you, that's all.
Okay. Mr. Honorary, go ahead.
Through the chair. So the report in front of council today, the recommendation on the budget piece of it, the recommendation is to bring that forward for discussion during 2022 budget deliberations. So at that point in time, council will have priorities in front of them and have the option at that time to pick where they would like to direct funding. The $700,000, as Ms. Lugner broke it down, 150 approximately for consultant, and then there is about 450 for an actual wall. So we don't know what that wall looks like at this point in time. We just know there would be a budget allocation of 450 to do the pilot, It may be one location, it may be two locations, but that's the breakdown of the budget request that would come forward.
Councillor Shaw? You done? Okay. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just because at committee we did not hear from any delegations, and we've heard from two residents in the Glencairn, Glen Elm area. In the report that went to the Operations and Community Services Committee, there is a reference to a motion from September 30, 2020, and I just want some clarification on it through the chair, that about that the administration be directed to include the area along the ring road between the Glen Elm and Glencairn neighborhoods adjacent to Dudney Avenue as a priority in the event that an action plan to address exceeded noise limits with the city is adopted, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I just want to clarify whether or not there has been what the status of addressing the noise issues in that particular area are, and if they're just dependent on the work that is being proposed towards us.
Mr. Honorary, go ahead.
Through the chair, so Councillor Stadichuk, that is correct. There was a motion brought forward and approved by council. The reason administration is recommending a policy update is to deal with this across the city with a policy so that the standards are the same. Each one of these locations will have different requirements because of road elevations, because of location setbacks to the roadway system. So the pilot would not be recommended for this specific area because it is believed the cost to do noise attenuation walls for this area, as the first delegation indicated, will be or could be extremely high and possibly not feasible just due to the height required and because of the change elevation on southbound and northbound ring road lanes. So that would need to be considered moving forward. If the policy was adopted, that would need to be considered in what the implementation plan, financial modeling, and funding source would be determined at that time, and that would be part of the discussion. I think the motion, if I understand it correctly, was this would be considered as a first location if you were to move forward with an overall citywide plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, is there any undertaking that the administration can do to address some of the concerns that we heard today from the two delegations, whether it is without having to have a policy in place, whether it be reducing speed in that area or trying to have more enforcement of noisy vehicles? Is there anything that can be done before a policy comes into place?
Through the chair, so as I had indicated earlier, there is work being done on ring road safety, so I think that's one consideration that we would have a look at when that report comes forward in discussion with council. We are in constant communication with RPS, and we can definitely bring this to their attention to have a discussion with them about road noise in conjunction with loud mufflers, large trucks, Jake brakes, and what falls within the current bylaw that they could actually deal with and enforce.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is just regarding, does the city keep statistics on traffic volume on the ring road? And do we have any information of how that has changed since the Regina Bypass Highway has been built?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Kaleem to comment.
Ms. Kaleem?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. We do keep traffic volume data on the Ring Road. I don't have the up-to-date information now post-bypass. And I would also just caution that we've been in a period with the pandemic of some reduced traffic patterns, particularly on the Ring Road. So we probably wouldn't have a good data set until 2022 on that, but we would have it at that time.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. But I guess the question for us is how much does sound matter and how much are we willing to invest in mitigating it? So let's assume then this pilot goes ahead. We understand the technology, the mitigation efforts at work. I have some questions about financing. So service agreement fees are mentioned in here. Can administration please clarify the extent to which SAFs can then be used to finance first the study, and then secondly, if we go with walls hypothetically, or even trees, can SAFs be used if we can link that with growth?
Howard, is that to you?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Howard to comment.
Howard, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start, and I might ask Ms. Lugner to add to it. So yes, that's something that could be looked at to be added, and we'd have to have those discussions, but I might ask Ms. Lugner to go through those details.
Okay, Ms. Lugner?
Yeah, yes, through the chair. I think that the administration would have to work with industry on discussions about SAF as a funding source for noise walls in existing areas that may be caused by overall traffic growth created through new development areas or the addition of new traffic created by new development areas. So I think it would be a discussion that we would have with industry while we are also consulting with them on potential changes to noise wall requirements for new neighborhoods.
Thank you. To follow up through the chair, then this item in that conversation would go in competition with other growth-related projects, be they recreation amenities, roads, pathways. So then we would have to prioritize walls, as per the Trump conversation, above other infrastructure priorities. Is that correct?
Mr. Arnold, going to you.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, so follow up about what we do or do not know. I'm going to presume, and I'll stand corrected if engineers do so, I'm going to presume that our understanding of sound hasn't changed all that radically in the last 10 years. There might be new technology, new wall designs, et cetera. If we were to go ahead and say along Louvain, just tree that area as an example, where there's a burn, there's a few trees, do we know enough about sound to suggest that even just greening that space would be sufficient? And put another way, do we have to wait for a study of this magnitude to come back and say, yeah, trees would be a good idea, or do we have enough information to at least move on some mitigation efforts?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment.
Through the chair. So what we do know about the use of trees for noise mitigation is that for it to actually be effective, it actually requires a relatively thick tree stand, like 30 meter type thick. So for it to actually have noise mitigating impact, there has to be quite a bit of room. But the other thing that we have gleaned about noise is that it's also quite subjective. There's a lot of perception aspects to it. So it is feasible that the addition of landscaping could help people perceive that there's less noise, even though it may not actually be the case.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Zayed, you're next.
Okay. So my first question through the chair is, can admin respond to the feasibility of going ahead with a policy without doing the pilot project?
Ms. Lugner?
Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
Yes, so through the chair, we could update the policy without a pilot. What that would mean is that when we bring forward an implementation plan, we would be less certain about the cost implications of the implementation. We would probably learn more during the implementation process instead of in advance of it. And then it may also actually defer the investment into mitigation. So with the pilot, we would be implementing some sort of mitigation, in 2022, 2023. If we do the policy in advance and then come up with the implementation, we would just be deferring that initial investment. The big risk, I think, that the city has, so the city already does have a roadway noise attenuation policy. It's been in place since the 1990s, and we have not always acted on it. And so the risk really is that we would invest in updating a policy and then not be any farther ahead in actually acting on the policy.
Okay. Now, if we went ahead with the policy first and the pilot later, it would be feasible then for, my assumption is it would be feasible for that policy to come forward in advance of Q3 of 2024. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And then my next question is, I understand that in the current policy, the timing for these decisions, well, there's the potential in a new policy to move the timing of these decisions to the subdivision and servicing agreement process. So my question is, instead of the current, I don't remember the phrase, secondary, I'd have to look at that part of the report. So if the policy doesn't come forward till Q3 of 2024, and we have the opportunity to adjust to change the time when we would make these decisions, would we potentially miss the opportunity to instigate, to implement a new policy before new developments would take place? Sorry, that's not a very clear question. So I don't know if that makes sense or if you need me to try and rephrase that.
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair. So I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment.
Okay, Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
As long as she has clarity.
Yes, I think the question is, if really the longer it takes to update the policy, are we missing opportunities to enforce it on new development? Is that kind of the question?
Let's start with that. That sounds like a much simpler route.
Yeah, so through the chair, yes, I mean, I guess you could say that however long it takes to update the policy, that's how long there could be missed opportunities. The thing I think that council would want to keep in mind is this policy is likely only to affect developments or those subdivisions immediately adjacent to higher volume or higher speed roadways. So the likelihood of there being a lot of development occurring in that sort of context over the next 2 to 3 years may not be very high, but it is a consideration. The other thing to keep in mind is that in order to develop a policy that would apply to new neighborhoods and new developments, we would want to undertake a consultation process with industry And that simply will take time to have those conversations.
Okay. And so my next question is, when this was brought up at the committee level, I inquired about cost sharing or some other way of financing this that isn't exclusively the city and thus the taxpayer across the entire city paying for this. So my understanding is that we have explored some types of cost-sharing initiatives in relation to this issue in the past, and it hasn't worked that well. Is that accurate? Or it hasn't worked at all, maybe?
Mr. Onright, we'll go to Ms. Lugner. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lugner.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the city has tried using local improvement program in the past for a noise wall, and it did prove to be relatively intensive resource-wise with no tangible outcome at the end.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is there any sort of changes that could potentially be done with the way that sort of program, I think you called it a local improvement, is implemented that might make it easier that might reduce the burden or make it easier for projects to potentially go ahead?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Weary to comment.
Mr. Weary, go ahead.
My apologies, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so my question is in terms of, so I said cost sharing, Ms. Lieblinger said local improvement. I'm not sure what's the right term, but if we were exploring a different financing option for these walls, where it was those who lived there who helped pay for the cost of the walls. I understand it's been a clunky process in the past, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to make improvements to that, or if that process is fairly fixed and there's not much we can do differently.
Thank you for repeating the question. Yes, our experience in the past is we had what's called a local improvement program, which is a program that allows for the city to raise funds for a specifically defined area of the city and then collect what's in effect a local tax and then use that towards local infrastructure specific to that neighborhood. We have experience with it in the past. Council of the day decided that there were enough problems with the program. It wasn't a reliable way because it was often hard to get local community consensus on whether to do or not to do it. So that created some friction and we did a lot of work that didn't wind up producing a consensus whether to do it or not. And so that was one of the reasons among number that the program was eliminated. But it could be used with council's approval in a situation like this. But it is a very prescriptive process that's set out in this specific provincial legislation called the Local Improvements Act, I believe it's called. So there is a process there that is fairly onerous, but it has been used in the past and could be used again if council wanted to explore that. But it's, as I said, our experience with it over the last number of years is that there were problems with it.
Okay, and so based on what you said, it sounds like there's not, because it's provincial legislation, there's not a lot of opportunity on our end to make amendments without asking the province to that legislation.
That's correct. We're subject to the rules and requirements of the current legislation.
Okay, thank you. And I think my last question then is, it is my understanding that in a new noise policy, that the environmental impacts of different noise attenuation methods would be assessed, and that would be incorporated into the decision-making process. I just wanted to confirm that through the chair, please.
Through the chair, that is correct. There is part of that outlined in the report.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May Masters, I've got you next.
Hello there.
Hello.
I have a question about
how many complaints has the city received in the last few years on noise issues?
Through the chair, the city has received approximately 100 service requests over the last 5 years in relationship to noise, and they are varying from loud mufflers to jake brakes to noisy vehicles. So they're not defined as we want a wall built. They're defined in terms of noise on a roadway system.
Thank you. I'm just curious about, there were 2 locations that were deemed to be above the noise limit, but that no work has been done. Can I just get some understanding of why no work has been done on the 2 locations?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment. I will add, as Ms. Gasmo had pointed out, there were business cases that came forward in the past for budget requests, and those did not make it through the budget deliberation process. But I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment.
Okay, Ms. Lugner, go ahead. I'm not sure if you're on mute or what's
She's
up.
on mute.
She's having computer challenges.
Okay.
I'll maybe try to jump in here through you, Mr. Chair. The 2 locations, there's more than 2 locations that were identified in the 1999 report, or sorry, the report done some time ago, that would potentially exceed that 65 decibel limit. As Mr. Onright said, there were different business cases put forward in the past to start to address some of those locations. However, they did not make it through the process. The 2 locations that we're talked to today, or the main one by the delegations that were in front of us today, are particularly challenging. And while there is new technologies that may be able to help with the noise mitigation, it is possible it'll be not possible to mitigate the noise to an appropriate level in those locations.
Thank you. Mayor Masters?
No, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Rashani?
Thank you, through the chair. So Saskatoon has done a lot of work on this. They have done this. They've put $30 million into their attenuation, and they have built many high fences. And so I just want to be clear. So we're going to go out and hire a consultant to tell us what.
First of all, I can see by the clock that it's exactly 3:15. Secondly, Councilor Bresciani's already spoken in this debate.
So I did ask the clerk before.
Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Councilor Bresciani, through you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Bresciani asked me if, because she had asked these questions on proceeding with an amendment that I ruled out of order, was it appropriate did she still get a chance to speak? And I believe that in the spirit of fairness, yes, because she didn't get to ask or make her points. She lost it because she was speaking to an amendment that was ultimately ruled out of order.
It's 3:15, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we were just going to go with this, and then we'll take a break. And
Mr. Chair, the
okay.
rules require us
All right.
to take our break.
So it's no vote, we'll just take a break now.
There's no motion, it's just the rule.
It's a break right now. So 15 minutes, we'll be back here at 22:04. Okay.
We are back. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll give the floor back to Councilor Brashani. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to, the whole noise attenuation has been a concern with Regina residents, and I would say in the southeast where I am. And it's I would say on freeways, expressways, Ring Road, Arcola Avenue, that area as well. But I guess and I just want to make sure in this report that's coming back is that, or the policy, is that we're also highly looking at trees and as a part of this, because we know that walls are very, very expensive. But in the pilot project, we're doing a wall. So I want to know, Saskatoon has done a lot of work on this. They have probably hired and done some of the work already. Why can't we just take and learn from Saskatoon through the chair?
Mr. Honore, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Lubner to comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we actually have learned things from the City of Saskatoon, and there's probably more to learn from the City of Saskatoon. But one of the reasons that we wanted to look at the pilot is that there are newer noise wall technologies that are available today that weren't available at the time that the City of Saskatoon implemented their noise wall program. So we wanted to look at the viability of some of those new materials. They're expected to be cheaper than the materials that the City of Saskatoon used. And I know that we refer to the pilot as a noise wall, but that doesn't mean that as part of the pilot, we couldn't also look at a location where we just plant a thick row of trees. While we've called it a noise wall pilot and we think it's important to pilot a noise wall, it doesn't mean that we can't do other activities as part of that pilot just to learn more about what people's perceptions are and what's actually effective for noise mitigation.
Thank you. I guess I've heard that noise, the attenuation walls do not do a very good job for I guess, taking away noise. Can you elaborate on that, or compared to, I guess, a row of trees? And then I guess probably the last piece is with the environment. Like with these, is that something that we're looking at when we actually go and look at this type of material that's going to be around forever compared to, in comparison, and to the cost? Will there be a breakdown of costs as well through the chair?
Mr. Wainwright?
Through the chair, I'll start and then Ms. Lubner can add comment. So I think it's important to understand that the work the consultant would do would be in looking at the policy, but when looking at potential ways to mitigate noise along these roadway systems, it's not just about building, whether it be a concrete wall, a block wall. There are many options to deal with noise, as we've spoke about this afternoon. So part of that would be the discussion coming forward. And then as Ms. Lubner has indicated, through the pilot project, it may be one wall of this new material that we spoke about in the report, which is PVC, which is a new technology for doing noise walls. I think if you look at Saskatoon, Saskatoon's noise walls are concrete. They're concrete block, but they're interlocking block, but they're mainly concrete. So there are new methods to deal with noise. I think between that work and the work that Ms. Kaleem is doing through traffic and safety aspects along Ring Road, which involve speed, which is well known. You know, you can reduce speed, but at what level and to what safety measures on a major roadway can you reduce speed? So part of the work Ms. Kaleem is having done will define what that looks like and whether or not that's feasible. I'll ask Ms. Lugner to add comment if she has something further.
Ms. Lugner?
Yes, through the chair. I think the only thing that I would add is that the intent is that after the pilot is done and we come back, to committee and council with options and recommendations, that we would really have a better handle on what options really are viable, what are the cost implications of the different options, and what are the potential environmental impacts and life cycle costs. So at the end of the day, this will be really come down to budget and the decision to invest money in this. And we want to make sure that council has the best information to make that decision.
Thank you. The work comes back in there in 2024. Can I ask why does it take so long for that? Through the chair?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, so by the time this would be approved, put an RFP out for a consultant, and then have the consultant do some work, and then bring a pilot forward. You need a period of time to capture the data to be able to bring back for council to consider through that discussion. Ms. Lugner, do you have anything further?
Ms. Lugner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, Kim, Mr. Onright gave a pretty good summary. It really does take time for the procurement process for the consultant to do the work, design a pilot, engage with residents as required, and then just the evaluation process does take time. So unfortunately, construction windows are short here. So if you sort of miss that first construction year, you have to go to the next construction year, and then it takes time after that to do the evaluation.
Thank you. And I just want to ask again, through the chair, through administration, in new developments, do we see any concept plans being approved within this 2024 that as we work with new developments? I guess the one thing I want to make sure, the reason I think we need a policy or an updated policy is so we don't have, we heard from 2 delegations, I want to ensure that we are putting in trees, we are putting in the needs, and that should be covered if it's by the developer or a shared cost, however that works. But I do think that there is some type of mitigation that has to happen as we move forward, or else we're just going to be beating down the same path that we're going. So the point is, by 2024, and this probably would be for Ms. Hauerluck, just wondering, by 2024, and I think Councillor Zakidniak asked that, I don't know what the answer was, is that are we sure that there will be, because we have to consult, I heard, with the developers, that how long would that take, and would there be concept plans that would be, I guess, that will be done in that, 3 years, through the chair? That could be, that may not then have the discussion in by then, through the chair.
So I'd ask Ms. Hauerluck to comment.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. So just so I'm clear, so the question is with regards to existing developments?
Yes.
Yeah, whether or not we would require them to put in the retaining walls or the sound bin.
So
sorry.
No.
Could you, perhaps Ms. Lugner could answer? Could I throw it to Ms. Lugner?
Okay, Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
So that's
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair.
okay.
So,
Okay.
so there is opportunity, even in advance of a policy update, if there was a concept plan or a secondary plan that the administration was working on with a development proponent, we can put some of those types of requirements into secondary plans. We have similar type of language already in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan that was approved. And so the opportunity still presents itself to create policies and plans that would consider the future need for noise barriers or landscape buffers.
Okay. So it's already, or there is already in the southeast. Okay, that's good. The last question I have is for the bypass, that we have the new bypass. Who is responsible for putting any sound barriers in there or trees? How does that work through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Lugner to comment.
Okay, Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
Yep, through the chair. Yes, so the Southeast Neighborhood Plan does include some policy language that would require a suitable buffer between residential development and the Regina bypass. And through the development process, the responsibility for that would be established. Typically, it would be a requirement of the developer to do that as their development approaches the noise source.
Okay, so I think I'll leave it at that. And again, just to confirm that this would coming at budget at that time, and that's when it could be further discussed. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if anyone else, any comments? And Councillor LeBlanc, you came in late, so nothing there. Okay. Mr. Hawkins, now I'm going to turn to you for, if you'd like to close, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think that this discussion has shown that a policy update is necessary. We have a policy that is old. We have new technological developments. We have new ideas on the kinds of buffers. For example, we just mentioned landscape buffers that may not have been considered fully in the past. So a policy update is necessary. Secondly, it's necessary to have a comprehensive update, one that includes not just look at subdivisions that have already been built, but perhaps even as importantly, what we want to do with respect to new subdivisions, what we should require of the developers, and of the city in terms of the expansion of the city. So for those two reasons, I'd ask Council to support the recommendation as put forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I call on the clerk to call the vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
It's 8 in favor, 3 against. It's carried, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to delegation CR 21-131. Just want to check to see if they're there. She's there? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, I would like to call on Aura Lee McPherson, calling from Calling Lake Eco Museum. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address the City Council, after which you will have opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have. You have 5 minutes, you go ahead.
Hello, my name is Aura Lee McPherson, and I'm speaking to the toxic spill report, and I have the absolute pleasure of chairing the Calling Lakes Eco Museum, and I'm calling from the beautiful valley of Qu'Appelle today, but I do reside in Regina. The Calling Lakes Eco Museum is a grassroots arm of the United Nations, and we believe very strongly in the 17 goals of sustainable development. And how we link with the United Nations is through the Saskatchewan Regional Center on Education for Sustainable Development, and that's at the U of R. And there are over 185 RCEs around the world, so we have this bank of knowledge we can access. I want to thank the city for developing the toxic spill report. This is a transparent communication strategy that is very, very much needed. This builds community confidence and trust. And as we go into our new climate change, it's really important that we trust each other and we start to become friends and neighbors and start working with each other. We applaud the City of Regina for doing this work. We are especially impressed with the transparency about fines, because down here we always say, was anybody fined? We can't seem to find that information. And it's really important to us that repercussion on those that continue to violate our environment, it needs to be transparent and open, and we need to, because sometimes those funds go into a pot of money where you can apply for funding so that you can do projects to mitigate the damage that was done downstream. I want to share that we're very impressed with the U of R and Dr. Peter Levitt. One of the most elite labs in Canada sits about 5 kilometers from City Hall. And it's our hope that future development of this communication strategy will include the university and the polytechnics from our province. We are very impressed with the work of the First Nation, what the First Nations have done, and we encourage the city to build a strong communication strategy that is inclusive. And this work must be done based on reconciliation, and it must take time. We are impressed with the work that the city has done to partner with EPCOR to manage wastewater. We see them as very innovative and how they manage wastewater. And because of their innovation, we know that downstream we are better for it. Goal number 17 of the United Nations goals is partnership. The work that is done in this toxic spill report is the first step in meeting that goal. This builds adaptation and resiliency for the City of Regina and downstream communities and nations. We want you to know that we very much believe in sharing good news, and we don't want things to sit on the shelf and get dusty. So we will be sharing this work with our community through social media and our MailChimp letters about the good work, about this report, and that we are now working together with the City of Regina. So congratulations, and please keep going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearson. There will be questions for you. Just 1 second. I've got Councilor Brasciani. Go ahead.
Thank you, Orly, for speaking today, and thank you for your advocacy in quality of the water. You've obviously read the report and the recommendations, and I know in discussions, I think, is the frustration with communication that comes out from the city. And I guess you've indicated that you've worked with First Nations. Would you see that it would be beneficial to have some type of a stakeholder type of committee, maybe the university, City of Regina, and other stakeholders, First Nations as well, to kind of come around to have a stakeholder type of committee to even discuss, but also communicate and even bring back recommendations? What are your thoughts on that?
Lori, I think that is a really, really good idea. As we go into our new climate, we need partnerships, but we also need our administrators working on moving ahead and moving forward rather than having to deal with putting out fires and poor communication. And I think creating conversation, including the stakeholders, especially First Nations, the university, is a very, very strong way to build success for the City of Regina.
Awesome. Thank you very much for coming today. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone from the committee to, any questions? I'm not seeing none. Okay. First, thank you very much for presenting, taking and answering questions. You may leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now consider CR 21-131, disclosure of toxic spills and leaks. And I will take this, send it over to Councillor Hawkins to introduce the report, please. I'll give you the microphone. There you go. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a recommendation from the Ops Committee to Council. It's fairly straightforward. It enhances the proposed spill release reporting procedures in a number of ways. Annual reporting for releases into the Regina wastewater stormwater system, spills reported to federal provincial regulators, spill volume, cleanup costs, action taken against persons or businesses responsible for spills, and then annual reporting for effluent water quality results as per the wastewater treatment plant permit, results from Wascana Creek sampling, and then wastewater agreements from 2021 onward in accordance with requirements under FOIPOP legislation and the City Act. And then finally, authorize the development of an immediate reporting system to alert downstream users to be activated when the city becomes aware of an identified spill event. I think it's fair to say that the committee was entirely in support of these, of the approach being taken here, of the transparency here, of the need for transparency. There was considerable discussion at the committee about some of the mechanics, and I'll just give a couple of examples. First of all, you'll note here that these are annual reporting requirements. There's some question whether annual reporting is soon enough. Should it be 6-month reporting? There was a discussion about that. There was a discussion about the use of FOIPOP legislation and concern that an offender, a business or an individual spilling into the wastewater would try and hide behind FOIPOP legislation to claim that commercial secrets or trade secrets or industrial secrets prevented release of information related to the spill. Now, you can contract out of that at the beginning simply by the way in which the city contracts with users of the system. So there was a discussion along those lines. I want to leave it at that, but I want to acknowledge the work of Councillor Stevens in bringing this matter and pursuing it to Council. And the committee will be interested, I think Council should be interested in whether he feels this has met his objectives in bringing this forward. However, I do want to say the committee was very pleased to see this matter raised and pleased with the efforts of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Getting a second there? Okay, Councillor Shaw, I think you up next. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. That was quick. I just have a question, and I'm not sure who to direct this at administration. What would constitute as a spill? Is there bylaws? Is there something already put in place as to this is what's considered a spill and this is what we have to report through the chair?
Thank you. Oh, Sonright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment.
Where are we up there? You got him? Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So spills are identified by the provincial or federal government, and they're clarified in that legislation.
Councillor Shaw?
Just a follow-up question to that. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Regina, the city of Regina has contaminated the water. Will that also be included? Is this always included in us? Are we transparent about what we do to the water through the chair?
Sonright?
Through the chair, we do report to WSA. So in context of when we release, so could be one of our pumping stations, we are required to notify WSA.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Water Security Agency.
Yeah.
I should clarify that.
I'm getting better with those. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Appreciate the report. The questions I'll ask and the amendments that I'll advance follow the logic and the spirit here of increasing transparency, accountability, and prevention. So I'll start with a question that really brought us to this report. And through the chair, can administration comment on what is the total value of claims submitted by EPCOR to the City of Regina based on costs associated with contamination, and how much of this money has been recovered by the city from offending parties? And I say this because this is really the logic and how the enforcement works. And if you could also comment specifically on how much has been recovered as a consequence of the hydrocarbon spill in 2020 that sparked this motion.
Mr. Onrait?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, that detailed information will be released in the Q2 2022 in the annual reports that come forward. Any claims that are settled will definitely be in there. Any claims that are ongoing, we'd recommend not discussing in public until the claims are settled.
To that end, and I would rather this was public, but if the only way to disclose it is in private, I would move that we go into a in-camera session. That data is available. I think we should hear it before we progress.
Okay, do we have a seconder on that? Councillor Hawkins? Okay, we'll take a vote. Oh, hang on.
Camera. I will begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidian.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk. Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Yeah, I'm voting in favor.
Yes, I was coming back there to you, sir. And Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
And Councillor Pindura.
In favor.
Carries unanimously in camera.
Okay, we call it in camera, so we're gonna leave this and go to Schneider. Yep, we'll go next door. I'll call the meeting to order. We recessed, went into private, so I'll get City Manager Chris Holden to give us a summary of what happened. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So council had requested to move into private session, and it was related to the context of giving some information around toxic spills and the process of whether or not items can be publicly disclosed. Just want to assure residents of Regina and the media that obviously we have a permit to operate our wastewater treatment plant. When there is a spill which is outside the parameters of our permit, then we have an obligation to disclose. When we do have a violation, obviously we determine where that contamination came from. We then enter into discussions with the person that caused the contamination, and we look to recover any costs that are associated with managing that, and obviously making sure that those people are well aware that future contamination will not be allowed. When we do that, we obviously enter into a negotiation process in terms of the costs, and once that has been resolved, then those are disclosed publicly and will be made available to council so that there's an assurance to council and the community that the costs of any violation are being borne by those that caused the contamination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holden. Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Through the chair, appreciate that response and the discussion. I understand why some of that material could not be disclosed publicly. I guess I'll get to the main course here. I have a couple of amendments, all of which are really meant to advance the accountability and transparency elements of the report. The first amendment, I sent this to Amber in advance. It'll look quite lengthy, but the actual recommendation here is short. It's actually what's required here that gets into some detail. And it really is about strengthening item or recommendation 2 in the existing report. And the amendment is that biannual reports be brought to the Operations and Community Services Committee and City Council with both city and EPCOR staff in attendance, containing the following information related to the wastewater treatment facility, wastewater hauling station, and sewer infrastructure. We'll just wait for Amber to be able to pull that up. I can read it off in the meantime. The points that I want to see in this report: the effectiveness of source control infrastructure, testing and enforcement efforts, a list of offending parties and applicable fines issued by the City of Regina, and if infractions have been found but no fines issued, the reasons for these decisions shall be reported. The success or limitation of existing prevention efforts, along with recommendations for improving testing, source control, and asset management. The amount of money recovered as part of environmental enforcement efforts, along with a list of offending parties, and the total cost of spills incurred by EPCOR or the City of Regina. And I apologize if there's some redundancy. Total cost of source control testing. Total city hours committed to this. Summary of data including maximum minimums per parameter. Number of businesses identified of concern or number of engagements with business owners to improve their wastewater quality. A list of wastewater agreements signed with third parties. A list of claims submitted by EPCOR, the effectiveness of equipment at the McCarthy pumping station in identifying contaminants, including a summary of the data, and a list of contaminants found in all available samples collected in that year based on the tests at the treatment facility and hauled wastewater station. I'll hold my comments until I secure a seconder, please.
Okay. Councilor LeBlanc? Thank you. Anyone, any discussion to the amendment? If anyone wants to speak, 3 minutes on the amendment, please.
Sorry, I meant to say semi-annual? Twice a year. My apologies. It's a small amendment to the wording up there. Yeah, semi. Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc, you as a seconder?
Yeah.
You okay with that? Thank you.
So the presumption here is that the city and EPCOR together already collect this data. I'm not sending anybody on a wild goose chase. This information is collected. The main effort here is simply assembling the report and shouldering the Poor Operations Committee folks with another report to discuss. I think this is in the best interest of the public, council, and downstream users. We better know how we treat and manage our wastewater. Given that we don't have very much water in southern Saskatchewan, this is imperative. And I think we have heard frustration from residents as well as downstream users, the uncertainty of what is being released. So I think accountability and transparency go hand in hand. I'm confident that this work can be done without really extra work in compiling the data and the information. This is something that I believe we already do in alignment with federal and provincial standards. I don't mean for this to replace recommendation 2, but it can be done in conjunction. The difference being with recommendation 2, it's simply something that's reported publicly on the city website. What I'm asking for is that it actually goes to a committee and then council for discussion and examination, and we'll have a chance to speak with representatives from EPCOR as well as the city about how we're doing, what kind of engagement we're advancing with members of the public and large businesses that are likely the source of most of the contaminants. So I look forward to council's response to this amendment.
Thank you very much, Stevens. I think Councilor Hawkins, you came out, so I've got Councilor LeBlanc, if you don't mind. Councilor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. To Councillor Stevens, just on bullet point 2, I just want to seek your clarification in the first sentence there. So it reads, a list of offending parties and applicable fines issued by the city. So I understand there can be some gap in time between a fine or an invoice being issued and when it gets paid. And as we discussed, we might not want to publicly disclose what we've invoiced until it's paid, because we don't want to undermine negotiations. I wonder if you'd be open, you and I suppose, doing an amendment that gets to saying applicable fine which has been issued and paid, so that it's not disclosed in that interim period.
Okay, Councilor Stevens?
I am interested in that. I'd certainly accept that recommendation. I guess what I also want to know is, even if there is a recognition that fines have been issued and then we don't disclose information, I'd be satisfied with that. But in the interest of actually getting money that we are owed, I'm happy to keep that information in confidence until we've secured the refund, if you will. Yeah.
Okay. Before we go any further here, I've got our solicitor would like to bring his view.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just have a comment for council on the point that's been discussed by Councillor LeBlanc and Stevens. I recommend the wording, there's some clarification required. Fines are typically ordered by the court after a conviction. If we recover money through a contractual remedy, that wouldn't be a fine, it would be a payment. So I think it's important to be clear, if we're talking about court-ordered fines, that the language in the motion or the amendment needs to be slightly altered. But if the intent of this is to talk about monies recovered from a violator through negotiation, then that would be a different process. So the sort of the negotiation and contractual process versus the court process and regulatory. Two separate tracks.
The spirit behind my wording is that we would do both. If there's no fines issued, then there's no need to report on it. Similarly, I want to see how much money we're recovering. So I would want all of the above. It's a simple matter. If the court did not proceed with any fines, reporting is very simple.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, so the way your amendment reads, Councillor LeBlanc, it's good. If we can...
I wonder, I apologize for doing this on the fly, but if that sentence could read, following by the court and comma, or invoices issued by the city as a result of negotiations and paid by
I'm
the
happy with that.
opposing party.
Yeah. The issue is transparency. If it fulfills that, I'm satisfied.
Okay.
And
So Councillor Stevens, again, I'm going to ask the question. It's as a mover, that satisfies... okay. You good? Okay. Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to go...
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the administration. I'd be interested to know what the administration's opinion is with respect to this amendment. Is it doable? Does the administration support it?
Mr. Honorary, go ahead.
Through the chair, doing the work is able to be done. There may be a question after review, after we would take this away and have a look at it, as to whether or not our current resources are enough. We have enough current resources without adding resources to be able to pull all the information, do the reporting, have the conversations with businesses moving forward. So that would be the question that may come back to council as a request.
Thank you for the answer. It's important to me to know that it's doable. Water is the single most life-giving resource that we as a city have. Without clean water, we can't exist as a city. That mandates us for full transparency. I think this amendment moves us in the direction of that transparency, and I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, I think Councillor Rashiani, do you want to speak? I think you were...
Is there anyone else who's going to speak?
No.
Oh,
You had your light on.
okay. So I think, just want to ask Councillor Stevens, I think it's in here, we can't see all of it on the screen, but the releases and the claims that EPCOR facilitate or provide to the city, that will all be provided in this document that's coming?
Is this question to you, Mr. Councillor
Yes,
Stevens?
it's to Councillor Stevens.
It aligns with the intention of what I'm looking for.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. I think this is about transparency, and so I would add that, did we hear what the cost would be, or can we do this in-house? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Doney to comment. As I indicated, a portion or a pretty good portion of this work would be considered in the open data posting. But I just want to confirm with Mr. Doney that there is additional work that needs to be done to meet the amendment that's being brought forward for the report.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's a lot of information in this amendment. Some of it is already included in the report as mentioned, talking about the money recovered from environmental fines or list of wastewater agreements signed. That's part of the existing report. The concern that I would raise is that some of the other aspects would normally come through the utility budget, talking about the effectiveness of the source control program or what is needed to improve that. So that would take additional resources to do it. So what I would like to do is take this away and analyze it and then come back with council and let you know the resources that are required to meet this intent.
Okay.
Okay, great. I also, and I just, so I do support this. I also have an amendment, and I don't know if Councillor Stevens would be open to a friendly amendment because we are asking for a report back, but also adding the stakeholder. Otherwise, it has to be an amendment to amendment. So it would be a committee that would be developed or a stakeholder group that would be developed, and that would come back as well, you know, at one of these, I guess the next operations meeting is when this is ready. Do you want me to add it on to this, or do you want to, otherwise, the clerk said it has to be an amendment to an amendment. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. What I'm saying is, Councillor Bresciani, the easiest way is if Councillor Stevens feels that this is something that can be friendly and incorporated into his. You can still make further amendments. I misspoke when I said it had to be an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, okay,
you can make another amendment. I'm just saying the easiest way is if Councillor Stevens concurs or agrees that it's appropriate to include it.
Councillor Stevens on a friendly amendment?
Then I can wait.
I would be fine with it because I support it.
Yeah.
I think what you're proposing merits its own discussion.
Okay.
But I support it, but I think it's important for others to talk about it.
Sure, okay, yeah, we'll leave it there then. But I do support this, I'll leave it there, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Shaw, go ahead.
So I just want to clarify this. Councillor Bresciani just asked it, and the amount of extra money, not saying that it's not worth it, and extra resources to go in to do this, is it significant? And like I said, not that I'm just wondering if it's a huge undertaking for the city to go through this, through the chair.
Okay, I'm going to get to you. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so Councillor, are you referring to the stakeholders committee that
No.
Councillor Bresciani's referring to, or the
What,
work?
yeah, the amendment.
The total amendment?
Yeah.
As Mr. Doney indicated, I think we need to take this away and have a look at what we readily report on, and that information that we gather already, and then have a look at if there's anything within the amendment that would require additional data gathering. Some of this will be communication with business owners in particular. So our source control program right now is under-resourced. So we do have a business case that may or may not come forward depending on priorities for the 2022 budget. So right now it'd be very difficult for me to say we need 3 resources, 1 resource, or none. I think that's what Mr. Doney was referring to. We'll have a look at we know the work involved in the report that we brought forward with the recommendations that administration brought forward. We will need to have a look at the amendment and then determine how much of that work is already being done.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, any further? So Councillor Stevens, did you want to, no, you good? We'll go to the vote. Okay. Mr. Clerk, on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In support.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So now, oh, we got more. We're going to, you have another one? Okay. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Second amendment, that the City of Regina work with EPCOR to increase the range of material samples that exceed what is required by our operating license, and that the cost and implication of this review be brought to Council in Q3 of 2022.
Okay, we'll get it up here. Okay, Councillor LeBlanc, second that. Just going to put it on the screen, just a few seconds.
Through the chair, the spirit of this is that...
Oh, hang on, I think kicked you out. There you go, go ahead.
We work under very strict requirements by both the province and the federal government. But I think what we've heard is that what we should be looking out for in the water can change with new industries. I think there's opportunity here to actually get ahead of the regulators at other levels and start implementing and considering the testing for and restrictions on certain chemicals that we may or may not accept into our wastewater system. So basically this means that the City of Regina and EPCOR work together to get ahead of the curve. And we can create benchmarks that are sensitive to local industry and to kind of anticipate, if we're now on this curve where we're thinking about new industries in the City of Regina, I don't think we should wait for other levels of government to really set those standards. We should start thinking about that for ourselves. Again, going back to the principle of protecting our water and being very reflexive of the kind of industries that are here. I would welcome any comment from administration on the feasibility of this and the scope of work that's possible between the City of Regina and EPCOR to make this happen.
Okay, I will get microphone to Mr. Onright. Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kuntz to maybe provide some information on the current testing that is being done, and then respond to your further question, Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, we largely already do everything that's in this amendment. We are not required to sample influent into EPCOR's system through any regulatory means. That is a voluntary action that the city undertakes for both contractual reasons with EPCOR, but also just so we can have better protection of the environment. Some good examples of that are heavy metals, for instance. We've seen some releases into the wastewater treatment plant. We're not required to sample for that within our system, but we do. And it's given us a better insight. The latest episodes with BAPs and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are not something that's required. However, that is stuff we have added to both our influent and our effluent. You know, resourcing is always a question, as Mr. Onright said. Currently, we're resourced okay to do this. If we wanted to expand it any further, though, I think we'd have to take that away again and take a look at what resourcing would be required. There's literally tens of thousands of parameters we could look for. So, you know, we do need to be somewhat selective in what we're testing for, and we need to be really pragmatic in where we test and how we test, so that we're not just throwing money away, but It is always that balance, and this is something we actively do. So, you know, we welcome, you know, the amendment, but it's something that we do as a part of everyday operations.
Thank you.
To that end there, unless there's interest by council, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment, considering it's being done. But you did comment that this section is under-resourced. So if it is being done, existing capacity is telling us we can't do it to the extent we should. Can you comment a little bit on that, please?
Through the chair, I think what Mr. Donnie was referring to is more on the sides of restaurant source control and, you know, mechanic shops and car washes and the likes, where we really want to start getting ahead on that, because that's more of a damage to our collection system, blocking the system with fogs, fats, oils, and greases and whatnot. There's really two divisions of this work. One is, you know, the quality of the effluent and how it affects the environment in our wastewater treatment plant, and we have a group that deals with that, and then there's another group that deals with largely these other, I'll say more routine, not in the fact that they're easier, but they're more common, and we need a more systematic approach to dealing with that, and that's really the area where we need a lot more resources to address it. Or maybe not a lot more, but more resources.
If I could ask through the chair, would it be fair to say that you are seeking those resources through a budget allocation process?
I'll pass back to Mr. Donnie.
Go to Mr. Donnie.
Through you, the chair. So yes, we're going through the internal budget process right now, and if approved, we would be bringing something to council to expand our source control program on something that's called grit separators. So we're looking at car washes, garages to reduce the amount of oil and grit that's going into our wastewater and sewer system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, I'm happy to withdraw that amendment. I did have one final point. The initial motion had asked for a review of our fine structure. It's outlined as to why that's not the adequate avenue, however, it's important. So my final amendment here would be that the fine structure in our wastewater and stormwater bylaw align with penalties imposed by provincial and federal governments for comparable offenses.
That's a... Have you withdrawn your, but it's on, what?
Yeah, I've withdrawn that.
Okay.
And that, yeah.
So we're good, thank you. And you have a...
I need a seconder for the amendment that I just proposed.
Okay. Councillor Hawkins?
I'll just wait for it to be brought up.
Yeah, once we bring it up, then we'll...
Great. Just let me know when I can speak.
Give the buyer. I think I'll let you, Councillor Stevens, I'll let you finish, and then we'll go to solicitor.
Okay. So part of the rationale here is if you look at our fine structure, you're almost on the same footing if you don't cut your grass in the long term as you would be if you dump serious contaminants into the water system or our sewage system, the wastewater system. I think it's $5,000 to, I believe, $24,000 for a corporation. In terms of the money we collect through fines, we collect more money from people for parking 2 feet away from the curb than we do collect in fines for dangerous chemicals, carcinogens, and other materials being dumped into our wastewater system and potentially damaging very critical city infrastructure. That needs to change. When I talk about penalties imposed in alignment with the provincial and federal government, some levels of government have fines that reach up to $12 million for each day of the offense. I think we need to take a serious look at the amount. Currently, it's barely worth 2 hours of a lawyer's time to pursue the kind of fine that we have in that bylaw. And I think the city solicitor kind of hinted earlier at why we pursue a particular avenue. I'd rather reclaim I'd rather we prevent, but in some cases, I think the fine structure needs to be a really clear warning. So that's why I brought this forward. The penalty needs to be significant, especially if we can't recover through voluntary compliance the damage caused to our infrastructure. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Weary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted a quick comment on this this amendment. We are currently governed by the fine limits in the Cities Act. So I would agree with Councillor Stevens that in terms of our ability to use regulatory processes to enforce our wastewater and storm drainage bylaw, it is not adequate, especially if you're dealing with corporate defendants or violators. However, we have the maximum penalties currently in our existing bylaw, and so any advances here would require lobbying the provincial government in particular to make amendments to the Cities Act to maybe specifically address some of the challenges that municipalities face when they try and regulate in this area. So we have the maximum penalties within our bylaw currently, so this amendment will require legislative change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weir. Stephen? Anything further, Councillor Stevens?
If the floor's back to me, then I'm happy that this turns into then an advocacy motion. I think that needs to be reflected, and it should be something we argue for.
Okay.
But that would, of course, require the seconder to be amenable to those changes, and if it's worth pursuing.
I think it's worth pursuing. I was aware of the Cities Act, so I'm not deterred by the fact that it's mentioned.
So I guess the amendment would have to change that Regina City Council advocate or lobby the provincial government to allow for a fine structure in our wastewater and stormwater bylaw to align with penalties imposed by provincial and federal governments for comparable offenses.
Okay. Councillor Stevens and Councillor Hawkins, this looks, Councillor Stevens, captures what what the intent is?
I believe it should say that provincial government to allow for, yeah, I guess if we have to mention explicitly the Cities Act, that's fair. Yes, provincial government to allow for fine structures. That works. I think the spirit is there.
You good?
Yep.
Okay. Anyone would like to make comments, speak to the amendment? If you do, you have 3 minutes, and if not, looks like we're not. So, Mr. Clerk, I will call the vote on the amendment in front of us.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In support.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Favor.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw has now joined the meeting remotely. Are you available, Councillor Shaw?
I am, and I oppose this. Thank you.
Opposed? Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
In favor. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
That is 10-1. It carries, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now back to the main report. Anyone? Okay, we have a comment on the main report. Okay. Councilor Bashani, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I do have an amendment, and if Amber, if you can put it up for me, please. The whole purpose behind my amendment is that I think it's important that we start developing relations with our First Nations downstream users as well as looking at some kind of a stakeholder committee that would actually meet, and I mean, that can be determined, I think, by the committee, but I think it's an important time to start dialogue, have a conversation around water quality, and also suggested recommendations. So it's really about, I think, first of all, building relationships. I think that has, I think, over the years, it has been a real concern, I would say, for our First Nations. We've heard from some of the chiefs on the reserve. So what I'm really looking forward and how it would read is that administration be directed to prepare a report for City Council by Q2 of 2022 on the development of a water quality stakeholder committee to build relations and improve communication and provide recommendations on water quality. And it would develop a proposed list of stakeholders, but not limited to, that would represent the citizens of Regina, the business, the industry, University of Regina, and First Nations, also that FSIN would also could be a part of that as well. The Falcon Hills Tribal Council, Calling Lakes, the Eco Museum that we heard today, and other impacted downstream users. It's pretty simple, straightforward. I think it's just time for dialogue, conversation, and building relationships in this regard. And our water quality is very important here in our city, but also downstream.
Okay. Can we get a seconder on that? Okay. I think Councilor Massanelli, I think your hand went up first. Does that capture your intent, what's on the screen?
Yes.
Chair, it doesn't have an action. It doesn't say what the committee's, Councilor Bresciani did say what the committee was supposed to do, but what's on the screen doesn't say what the committee is supposed to do.
Councilor Bresciani?
Do you want to add to it? What do you not see there?
Well, develop a proposed list of stakeholders to do what?
It's in the first part.
I'm sorry, okay. Yeah. Good, sorry about that. Thanks,
Okay,
Mr.
no,
Chair.
that's the conversation, good. So, okay, what's on the screen? Councilor Bashani, this captures what your intent is?
And I guess administration, if you see benefit in this, I guess that would be, if you wanted to elaborate, that's all I have.
Mr. Honor, did you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
Through the chair, we're okay with the amendment, and we have been in conversations with some of the downstream users already, so we will just expand on that. We will bring a report back in Q2 2022 listing who would be in that stakeholder group, and what the discussions and actions would be out of that group.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. You have 3 minutes, I believe, on the amendment. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a question to the mover. Knowing that we have 2 regional committees surrounding our city with many stakeholders, and knowing that the committees are trying to build better relations with Indigenous neighbors as well as neighbors in general, I'm just wondering if we're doubling up on what we can achieve through the regional committees, if maybe this could be part of the mandate of the regional committees. I'm fine to second it either way, and I think it's a great initiative. I'm just looking for ways to use effort that we already put out that might be able to, get better outcomes through the effort already put out. So I thought I'd just put the question to you that way.
Thank you. So are you speaking of like White Butte and yeah. I think this one would be a little bit different, and the only reason I say that is because it's really discussing water quality, like that would be the focus on this. That would be, could be even some cottage owners, could be some environmentalists. Like there's, I'd like to see the University of Regina, like key people who are looking at water quality to sit on this. And I think that would drive it. And I don't see them, I mean, again, it would be up to them, but it could meeting once or twice a year if, you know, again, like that. So again, I think I don't want to just put it into a whole bunch of other items that maybe not are, you know, wouldn't focus on that. To me, and I think the big piece for this is communication, because it's a lot different to get communication from a text message that they may get the downstairs users, but they don't understand it and they don't really know the impact. So I think there's a really big piece, and that's having the true conversation of saying, yes, there was, you know, some release, but this is what it meant, and that kind of, that's the conversation that needs to happen. And getting their feedback as well.
Thank you. And once again, I backed it because I think it's an important enough amendment that it has a lot of merit, so I appreciate the answer, and I'll be supporting it.
Okay, Councilor Mensini, thank you very much. Okay. Councilor Stanichak, go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just one concern I have, I support this motion amendment, but the only concern I have is with the word stakeholder. And I'm not sure if the mover and seconder would be willing to consider advisory instead. And the reason I'm raising it is just because I have heard from First Nations people that they don't, as a First Nation, they don't see themselves as a stakeholder, that they see their relationship a little bit different. And so I'm just sort of wondering if advisory committee could be a word that could be substituted in there, so that it's more of about a relationship or advisory, or unless there's a different word, but it's about building relations, improving communication on our water quality, developing recommendations. So I would like to propose that you would, if you'd consider a different word than stakeholder.
Councilor Rashani?
It's fine with me.
You're good changing the word? Councilor Messinelli, as a seconder? Okay, thank you. Okay, that is changed. All right. On the amendment, Councilor LeBlanc?
Yeah, again, just wordsmithing, maybe in that second paragraph, again, stakeholders could read advisors, and then just add the word including. So proposed list of advisors including, but not limited to, and I'll support the proposed amendment.
Councilor Rashani?
Yeah.
That's fine? Okay. All right, anyone else? This now, it's complete. Councilor Rashani, you okay with what's on the screen?
Yeah.
All right, no further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Clerk, if you call the question, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll begin with Councilor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councilor Stevens.
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councilor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councilor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councilor Shaw. Councilor Shaw.
Sorry, yes, in favor.
Councilor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councilor Moole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councilor Pindura.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Back
back into the main motion again. Anyone else would like to make a comment? Am I hearing something? No? Maybe hearing voices already. What's that? No? Okay. Yes, yes. Yep. There's no one else on the main report. If not, I'll give the floor to Councillor Hawkins to close.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Ms. Clerk, let's...
So on the main
Call the
motion
vote.
as amended, I'll begin with Councilor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councilor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councilor Stevens.
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councilor Moole.
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councilor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councilor Shaw.
In favor.
Councilor LeBlanc,
In favor.
Mayor Masters,
In favor.
Councilor Finzura.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. We'll go into committee reports. We will now consider item CR 21-128, Adapted Recreation Plan, preliminary report. Councilor Stevens, could I get you to introduce the report, please? I'll give you the microphone. Hang on. There you go. Go ahead.
Can I get a seconder for this, please?
Seconder, Councilor Mancinelli, I think. Sorry.
Maybe to start things off, I'll ask administration to provide a summary of the report, its implications, and what the money will go towards.
Ms. Howard, I believe that goes to you, so I'll give you the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this came out of in April in April of 2021, City Council brought forward a motion to increase the recreation and leisure activities for people with disabilities and directed administration to conduct consultations on the development of an adapted recreation plan. And so we so this is the report coming forward now, the preliminary report, and then Q1 we have another report coming forward. So we hired a consultant to do our consultation, and from that we have our recommendation that we're bringing forward. So what we're recommending is that $375,000 be brought forward through the 2022 budget process for discussion. And the breakdown of that, as the report's indicated, is that $145,000 would be used for an inclusion support program. So that would be 1.5 FTEs to support people with disabilities one-on-one who are accessing city-run recreation and leisure opportunities. We would continue with the adapted sport and recreation funding stream of the community investment grants. That was launched in 2021 through the budget process. And then we would take $30,000 in our budget process towards training for all of our existing recreation staff with disability and inclusion. I might ask Ms. Stock to go through some of the other finer details of the process because it was an extensive consultation process that got us here today with these recommendations.
Okay, Ms. Stock, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So yeah, we've been working with a consultant, as Ms. Horlock already said. We have been working with Listen to This community arts organization, which is a disability-led organization. So we've tried to make the process as disability-led as possible. We also have been working with a sector reference group that's composed of organizations that work on a day-to-day basis with people with disabilities and specifically with recreation and leisure. So they've been helping to advise the process as well. The consultants have conducted 17 focus groups with people with disabilities and their support networks, as well as are currently working on some additional outreach to the sport and recreation sector. And yeah, I think that's basically the summary of the process to date that's included in the preliminary report. And then there's a lot more work that we're doing kind of now and into the fall that will be included in the final report in Q1 of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, just a final remark. I think both council and the members of the public would do well by reading that consultant's report. It's amazing. John Lopke did incredible work, talks about communications, talks about barriers, talks about transit, sidewalk snow removal, importance of civic leadership, the importance of making our spaces welcoming to people, to make sure that people know that they are welcome in our facilities and don't have to ask for it. It identifies barriers like cost to accessing services, including transit. So I think it's an incredible document. I guess my question for administration is, what do you make of that document now? So yes, there's further consultation. Do you then take this away and say, all right, these recommendations regarding making paratransit better, snow removal, whatever, do you then take what we have here and bring us back some report on how we would make the whole city more accessible?
Ms. Howard, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I might start and then I might ask
Ms. Shaley or Ms. Stock to answer. That's correct. I mean, we take this and then it's really about getting an accessibility plan for the city of Regina and taking this as background and moving forward because it is that we all need to work together to be able to make all of these things happen for our city, and it takes all of the different services that the city provides, and having that lens and these recommendations helps to achieve that. I might ask Ms. Shaley or Ms. Stock if they have anything else to add regarding the next steps.
Okay, who's going to take that, Ms. Shaley or Stock? Okay, who's going to go first?
I can go ahead. Oh, no, I'm blanking on the question, which is, I guess, what about next steps. So, yeah, like I think the final report will have a lot more information. We have a lot of great information already, and the final report in Q1 will expand on that. The report that we got from the consultants and what they heard from the focus groups really did underline that it can't just be about recreation programming. It has to also be about the structures that enable people to access recreation programming, including transit and our communication system, our website. So we are having conversations internally with the different departments that are implicated in the consultants' report. I think the recommendations that you're seeing right now for 2022 are based on what can we do now with the resources that we have or that we can acquire through the budgeting process for the immediate kind of next 12 months. But there will be likely more work to do out of the final report in Q1 or following Q1. And the other piece is that we also have a separate motion from council to be looking into options for an accessibility plan for the city broadly. So this adapted recreation report will inform that report, and I think, or that plan. And so we're scheduled to bring you some ideas and proposals around an accessibility plan for the city in Q2 of 2022. And I think a lot of the work that we're doing right now, specifically on recreation, will inform that, and some of the bigger questions around transit and communications can also be addressed in that plan in future.
Okay, thank you. 5:30, so I'm going to need a mover and seconder. Stanchuk, seconder, to continue. Oh, Councilor Bashani. Anyone oppose? Okay, let's continue. Okay, Councilor Shaw, you're next. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm very proud to be a part of Regina and this initiative that we're in the middle of doing. I looked at years past and seen that we really need to step it up in this area with our city. I'm very proud to say that, like I said, that we're a part of this. I would like to question, though, the $145,000. Is that for one staff, or is that for, I didn't get clarification on the report, and it's, somewhere I read it was for one staff to be kind of the person that goes to connect people with disabilities to answer questions around the city, or is this a team of people? Or can you just explain to me what the $145,000 really was intended for, through the chair?
Saula?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So there's actually one full-time FTE, a .05 FTE, and a top-up of an existing .5 FTE. So 2 in total to support this work. So I might ask Ms. Stock to go through what each of these roles would do in advancing this work.
Okay, Ms. Stock, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. So through the chair, we're seeking one full-time position that would be a kind of a one-on-one support person or one-on-one kind of liaison with the members of the public who are seeking to access recreation services at the city. And they would kind of be the first point of contact. They could provide recommendations for programs, provide information on facility accessibility, And they could also connect members of the public with this inclusion support team that we're proposing that would be able to provide kind of one-to-one support for people to access recreation and leisure activities. The 0.5 FTE would be a top-up of an existing 0.5 FTE that we already have for adaptive recreation specialist. And so we'll be making that half-time position into a full-time position, and their role would be more around program development and program management based on the recommendations that come out of this work and this report. So making our programs more accessible for people with disabilities and or working to develop new partnerships and new programming for people with disabilities and or integrated programming for everyone, but that's accessible.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shaw?
So I would like to do, I just kind of question that, because I mean, typically what that is, that's just a liaison person to say, oh, somebody calls in and they need this stuff. I'm going to question that position. I'm not really sure if that's a really good resource for money to be spent, for $145,000. We were hoping when we brought this motion in that a parent could call the Lawson Civic Center and the person at the desk could say, hey, we offer this or we offer that. Not to say, hey, we need to direct you to somebody else because we don't really know the answer. And I know that that's where that $30,000 of training will come into play. So I'm just a little worried about that kind of money being spent. But in saying that, I mean, this is long overdue. The city, have not put any money into this type of programming for our young people and for people with disabilities. So that's all I have to say about that, really. So I just kind of question that $145,000 and moving forward. But that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bashani, go ahead.
Finally, okay. So I want to just carry on what Councillor Shaw has indicated. This full-time, so 1.5, is not to support families with supports. Like, they're not going to go out and say, okay, if someone needs assistance with swimming, it's actually just another job here at the city to provide information to families with disability. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Ms. Stock to go into more of the details about these positions and what they'll be doing. It was supported during the consultation, the need for these, but I'll ask her to go through those details.
Ms. Stock, go ahead.
Sure, through the chair. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's a good question, and I think the point is not to kind of abdicate responsibility from other frontline staff who might be answering the phones or cashiers at facilities. But I think the need that we've been hearing is for someone on city staff to have kind of a wholesale knowledge of accessibility. We would hope to be hiring someone with educational background in therapeutic recreation and someone who's really specialized in therapeutic recreation and recreation for people with disabilities. And so I think, yeah, maybe I didn't fully explain it the best in my first attempt, but I think it would be more than just providing information. It would be a really kind of person-centered resource that people could access to help them navigate city facilities, city programs, and it would be sitting down and doing an assessment of what are your needs and what can the city provide to help meet those needs and kind of walking them through that process. So I think it could be pretty intensive and coming from a really specialized knowledge base of supporting people with disabilities to access recreation, and there may be other barriers that people are experiencing to accessing recreation that could be addressed through that process as well.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns that we heard is the actual supports for individuals to partake in some city programming or recreation, and I guess that's the question, is that there's obviously a lack in the community for supports to do that. Now, sometimes CORE does that. So would this person then be looking at it kind of like in a holistic approach and saying, okay, this individual, this may need this, so they'll go out and reach out for those supports for that individual, or are they just referring that person to find supports? I guess there's a big difference in just being a place where you gather information and you provide information, or are you actually assisting these individuals and making the call, getting someone so they can get into programming? I guess
Go ahead.
that's the difference. Or has that not been worked out yet?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Ms. Stock to...
Okay, Ms. Stock, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that is part of the goal, is that it would be a very intensive kind of process based on what each person needs, right? So it would be person to person, depending on what each person needs, providing whatever support was required to enable them to access recreation and leisure. And it could be accessing city programs, it could be reaching out to some of the organizations that we partner with or that we know that are doing great programming in the community. I think it could be all of those things, and then that's partly why the vision is to have this full-time position with specialized knowledge base, is that they, they're not just answering the phone and directing someone to the website to register for a program. They're kind of providing whatever support is required case by case to make sure people have that access.
Okay. I see also a benefit in that, in doing it that way as well. It almost becomes a triage in the fact that we also become aware of the needs from that one voice that's kind of making that connection. So I think that can also help us with that. So thank you for that explanation. I do want to just say a huge thank you to staff for this report and for the engagement piece. I've heard from people in the community that were reached out that had been participated in this. It was excellent and very, very thoughtful. And I want to say hats off to really the staff and also the consultants who did the work. One of the things that really touched when I was on page 7 when I read it, I think it was page 7, the individual had indicated in there, they're part of the consultation, and the words were, I don't want to wonder if I'm welcome. I want to know that I am welcome. And I think there's a huge difference in that. And I think that we all mean well, but if we don't have the space or they can't access it because they can't get there, right? We're really not inclusive, even though we're saying we're kind of inclusive, you can get there or whatever. So I really appreciate that. I think we're on the right path. I'm very, it's awesome to hear that we need to start looking at the whole piece of this and have a whole plan around this. I guess the $30,000 for the engagement, we tend to throw the $30,000 in for engagement kind of everywhere we do engagement. And I just kind of wanted to find out, does that mean promoting inclusion? Like, does that mean not just training our recreation staff and our programming? Because we have, and I'm not sure, but in this, are we looking at also the programs, it should be through art and through music. There's all of those types of programs. And I can just give you an example. I did call for a creative class, an art class for my daughter to the City of Regina through the Neil Bockwell. And the individual who answered the phone was excellent and made accommodation to, and it wasn't, again, someone else had called the second time to follow up with all the information. And it was really, really good. Very, very supportive, very wanting to make that inclusive piece. So I think at the end of the day, we're on the right track. I think we've still got lots to do. But just to the $30,000, is that going to be also with, like, not just training for staff, but also promoting inclusive areas and through advertising on our website, like things like that? Is that going to be part of or is it just training staff? Through the chair.
Ms. Howrah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Stock to add. But the training is specifically to equip all recreation workers with the basic knowledge and tools to provide respectful, appropriate services to people with disabilities. And then the second part is practical training in using accessible equipment and behavioral training, such as communication and active listening. So that was the intent of that, because it's an ongoing need to train staff on an ongoing basis, and it is training that we need to have for the staff that are dealing with that. So I'm not sure if Ms. Stock has anything else to add with respect to that 30,000.
Okay, Ms. Stock, go ahead.
So through the chair, that's correct. The 30,000 is currently just designated for staff training. I think there will be more work to do around communications. That was clear in the preliminary report we got from the consultants, and I think we just need more time to figure out the specific details of that work with communications and outreach and promotions of programs. But I imagine that'll be a big part of the final report.
Okay, thank you very much again for all the work.
Thank you. Councilor Zahedian, go ahead.
Thank you. I also think this is a great report, and I'm happy to support it. I just have a few questions. On page 3, under policy impacts, it notes that this supports the OCP because we want to provide a variety of recreation programs for all residents and minimize barriers for the most vulnerable populations, so people with a disability and seniors. So what I'm wondering is when there is engagement, for example, with the recreation and leisure sector, would it be feasible to also engage with them about not just like what are the barriers for folks with disabilities, but also what are the barriers for seniors, or what are the barriers for inclusivity, just so that we can get some of this, and we don't have to do that process multiple times? Or has some of that work already been done? Through the chair.
Sarlak?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. So when we are doing different projects, we are looking at the broader diversity and inclusion lens when we are asking those questions about programs. I'm not sure if Ms. Shaley has anything else to add about those processes.
Ms. Shaley?
Through the chair, that's correct. We do use a variety of engagement processes to determine what programs and services we are offering. We are also specifically working closely with the age-friendly community to better serve that population within the community. And as Ms. Stock mentioned earlier, I want to remind Council, we do have a report coming in Q2 of next year that will outline a process for developing a broader accessibility plan that not just focuses on recreation and culture, but reaches other services that the city provides as well. So there will be some additional consultation as a part of that process.
Okay. So what I heard is that we don't just narrowly consult on one thing. We consider our broader goals, and if we can consult on multiple things at once, that's what we do. Okay. My next question is, so in the other options section, it talks about an additional capital investment of $400,000. And so, and that was to address the findings of an accessibility audit. So if we don't select that option, how will needed accessibility improvements be assessed while the accessibility audit and corporate accessibility plan are being completed? What are we doing in the meantime?
Ms. Sarlak, go ahead.
So I'll start and then ask Ms. Stock to continue. So right now we do have an existing budget of $150,000 for annually for program and accessibility upgrades to our facilities. So in the interim, that's what we have budgeted for. The 400, if that was approved, as we said, it would be in addition to that. Yeah. So it would be that total to be able to address those things more quickly. But we are doing an accessibility audit of our facilities over the next 3 years. So that'll help us prioritize, provide the cost estimates, et cetera. So right now we would just be continuing to use use those. And as facilities get upgraded and things like that, of course, we take all of those other things into consideration when we're rejuvenating our assets. So I might ask Ms. Shaley if she has anything else to add.
Okay, Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through the chair, so as has been mentioned, we do have an audit process underway. We're working with the Rick Hansen Foundation and P3A to audit our recreation facilities from an accessibility perspective. When we have the results of the audits, we will be working with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to determine which priorities to address first and how best to address those priorities. In the meantime, we really try to respond to priorities that are brought forth to us from the public through various service requests. So just as a few examples, in recent years we've done some work at the Regent outdoor pool. We installed a ramp. We also installed a roof lift and personal care table at the Regent outdoor pool in a change room, as well as one at the Sandra Schmerler Leisure Center. We're also in the process now of upgrading our accessible change room at the Lawson Aquatic Center and building out a second change room that caregivers could use to support people with disabilities. So that's sort of our priority right now with our existing facilities. As council is aware, we're undertaking very comprehensive engagement processes when we design new facilities. And so Maple Leaf Pool has accessibility features that are quite new and quite responsive to the needs compared to some of our existing facilities. You'll see the same at Wascana Pool. And then as we move down the path of our feasibility study for our indoor aquatic center, engagement with the disability community will be a very key component of the engagement process for that project as well.
Okay, thank you. And so just to confirm, I believe I heard that, if we're doing upgrades somewhere and it's feasible for us to address accessibility needs at that time, that is something that the current budget allows us to do. Okay, and my last question is, there was mention of a public survey that would be a part of this process. My question is just, what is the focus of that survey? Like, what will the goal, the objective be?
Ms. Howlett?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I might ask Ms. Stock to go through the next steps in the survey.
Okay, Ms. Stock, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're working on developing the survey right now. The main objectives for the survey are to kind of flesh out some of the information we received in the focus groups. So I think the focus groups provided us with some really clear themes and major areas where work is required, and the survey will help to provide us more details on those themes, and we'll be working on trying to access people who were less represented in the focus groups. So it'll be available to the public, and we'll work really hard through our outreach to make sure it gets to people with disabilities and their support networks as a priority. And yeah, I think that's all I can share right now, unless there's follow-up questions.
Great, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. If there's no further questions, I will call on the clerk to call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In support.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
Absolutely in favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Fingero.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, I have
looking at the time, I'm going to propose a few things here. So I propose that we go now next to Councillor LeBlanc's notice of motion. And then we're going to go to, where are we going? The bylaw. We're going to do the bylaw. And then we're going to go into 11th Avenue revitalization. And then we're going to go to in-kind service. And after that, I'll see guidance from council. Then we will have the update of winter maintenance. We will have the sidewalk snow removal, and then we will have the mid-year financial report. If that works for the committee, then we'll go that way, and then we'll see what happens when we get to that point. Okay, I think Councillor Hawkins.
Are we eating in any point here or not?
Clerk has not ordered anything for us.
Good, that's great. No, I'm good.
There we go. Okay. All right. So I will call on Councillor LeBlanc to read his notice of motion. And you will read the therefore statement, please.
Therefore, be it resolved that administration prepare a report for the Operations and Community Services Committee for Q4 of 2021 that provides recommendations on the following. 1. Options to improve the advance notice provided to citizens whose A. water service is going to be shut off, or B. road is going to be temporarily closed. 2. A plan that shall include the above options to be implemented for the 2022 construction season. And 3. Shall expressly consider the following 2 factors for the advance notice. A. The preferability of notice to be provided at least the evening before the anticipated work. And B. The preferability of electronic notification of disruption, much as is currently provided for garbage and recycling pickup.
Councillor LeBlanc, thank you very much. All discussions and questions and discussion will be held till October 13th. At that time, we'll have a discussion on that. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'll call on Councillor Stanichuk to do the first reading of the bylaw 2021-57.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2021-57 be introduced and read a first time.
Any opposed? That is carried. Stanichuk, second, please. Second reading.
I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaw 2021-57 be read a second time.
Thank you. Any members of council have questions? No? Any opposed? See none. That is carried. Stanichuk, third reading, please.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-57 going to third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? None. Carried unanimously. Stanichuk, please do the final reading.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2021-57 be read a third time.
Any opposed? I see none. That is carried. Thank you. Okay. We will now consider item CR 21-136, 11th Avenue, revitalization. Could I call on Councillor Hawkins to introduce the report, please?
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. There you are. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you very much. This recommendation from the Ops Committee authorizing the Executive Director of Citizen Services or designate to initiate a public procurement process to engage consulting and professional services over $750,000 to support preliminary design, detailed design, and construction services related to 11th Avenue revitalization project, etc. This relates to the revitalization of 11th Avenue. The infrastructure under 11th Avenue is poor. I'm going to read 2 sentences from the report, and then I'm going to ask the administration to comment on the financing of the $750,000. The physical road and sidewalks are in poor condition. The water main and shallow utilities, electrical duct bank, manhole vaults, fiber optic network cable need to be replaced. And then under the proposed work, 11th Avenue will be transformed from its current state to include an improved pedestrian-oriented environment, transit realignments for better downtown movement and accessibility, and infrastructure improvements that align with the current design standards. Funding, that's what's to be done. Funding is initial project in the amount of $750,000, which was approved under the 2021 budget. An additional $250,000 has been requested through the 2022 budget process. My question to the administration is, I can't exactly sort out those numbers. Can you explain exactly what you're asking for in terms of financial support for the project?
Can we get a seconder, please? Mr. Stanichak, thank you very much. Mr. Onright, is that to you? Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, so the total amount of the request, so 750, as you indicated, Councillor Hawkins, was in the 2021 budget. Administration is asking for up to an additional 250,000 as we go out to RFP. We need to have the total funding in hand or available to be able to go out for RFP to get quotes back from consultants to be able to move forward with the work. So that is what is in front of council today. Also, the total amount for this project is around $7 million plus the $1 million for consulting. It does take into consideration all the underground work, the surface work, and the amenities, the above ground amenities that will come forward in pre-design and design, which will be services required by the consultant in that contract.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that is very clear. This is highly detailed technical consulting work, and I'm not surprised that given the scope of the project, the need to replace the infrastructure and all the rest of it, that this kind of technical consulting work is necessary. I'd ask council's support for this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. You've got questions? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
I just want to clarify for administration, you're just looking for us to pre-approve the money today. You don't want to hear what we think 11th Avenue should look like at this time. We'll have a time for later. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, we will brief council once we get to the proposed, whether it be pre-design or design. We will be having discussions with council. This is very technical work, so there's not a lot of input that can be taken when it comes to underground work and our surface work, but concept design on what the amenities will look like along 11th Avenue. The other piece of work that will influence this work is the work being done in the transit master plan. So that will come forward to the consultant to be a part of the input on what that surface work and amenities actually look like moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would, sorry, through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Gasmo if she has anything further to add.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gasmo, go ahead.
Through the chair, no, I think Mr. Onright summarized it quite well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have any further questions, comments? If not, I don't, oh, sorry, just a minute, hang on. Okay, Councilman Sinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if in performing this work, we've already uncovered that in the downtown there's a need for renewal. That renewal comes at a price. Oftentimes we don't know what's under the ground. Will this work be setting up future renewal in the downtown, and will this uncover any of that information of the unknowns for rejuvenating the downtown and assist in that goal. Other than making 11th Avenue look nice, I'm thinking more for the side streets, the mains. Does this feed all into that bigger picture?
Through the chair, I'll just offer initial comment, and then I'll ask Ms. Gasmo to comment further. So there is a commitment to do additional work in the downtown. We're looking at a 5-year plan. There's work to come forward on Sass Drive, Dudney Avenue, Scar Street, so there is additional work. But I'll let Ms. Gasmo comment on the infrastructure piece.
Ms. Gasmo, go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. Yes, the project will incorporate both underground and above ground work. And we have a few things to help guide us ahead of getting into the pre-design stage. So we have a servicing study, and we have the downtown neighborhood plan and things like that will help guide us. But part of what the consultant will do is further investigation and make sure that the infrastructure that we are renewing is upgraded to meet future growth in the downtown and all of the current needs, and make sure it's up to current standards.
Thank you.
I hope that answered what you were looking for.
I think so. I think it's heading in the right direction. I think it's uncovering some of the pieces we need to have a better understanding of what we need to do downtown, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Rashani, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So, so we will be $1 million for this engineering or consulting. That's where we'll be for this, and we're not going over that. Is that accurate?
So, all right, go ahead.
Through the chair, that is correct. If proposals came in over and above that, we would be back at council. We would either have to look at rescoping the work or asking for additional funds to move forward with the proposed work.
Okay. And you indicated that, so I'm sorry, what is the time frame for this? Through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Gasmo to talk about timelines.
Ms. Gasmo?
Thank you. Through the chair, we would be looking to start the RFP later this fall for award earlier in the new year. It will likely take all of 2022 to complete design with the intent to start construction in 2023. Given the size and magnitude of this project, we are looking at a 3-year construction project, basically to conduct it in phases, 3 phases. We are also coordinating our work with other utilities such as Sass Power and SaskTel in the downtown so that they can follow us along in the progress of this project and do their work in advance of us doing any surface works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will there be, obviously, we'll try and find grant money and things like that, but I want to ask about service agreement fees. What's the breakdown for this project, through the chair?
So, all right.
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Gasmo or, Ms. Gasmo to comment.
Okay, Ms. Gasmo, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, and I'm just going to do a quick look here. I believe there is some, but I don't know the amount. I might just ask Ms. Lugner, who's on the call, if she has that information readily available.
Ms. Lugner, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, sir, I also don't have the exact number, but what I can say is that the component of work that is SAF funded is the piece of water main that's being installed to accommodate future development. So the bulk of the work that's happening is actually just renewal and therefore not servicing agreement fee eligible.
Thank you.
And through you, the chair, I'll just add that we've got that information now. It's about $800,000 for that piece of work.
Through the chair, $800,000 from service agreement fees?
For the construction of that water line that Ms. Lugner talked about.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk. Why don't I give closing remarks to Councillor Hawkins?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll begin on the vote with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor?
Councillor Moule?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk?
In favor.
Mayor Masters?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Carries 11 to 0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move into, we will now consider item CR 21-135, in-kind services and community cleanups. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask you to introduce the report, please? Give me the microphone. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been the policy of this council to encourage and support community associations in annual cleanup programs in their district. And what's asked for here is an allocation from the 2022 budget for in-kind services to help those community associations with those cleanup projects. A couple of points. First of all, the community associations involved are Phase 1 and Phase 2 community association. That is the community associations that are serving areas of the city most in need. The total cost of the in-kind support requested is $92,000. That is really in many ways just a start. This is just getting going with the program. More amounts could be allocated if available, but this is to see whether or not how the program works with this kind of support. The third thing to say is that this is in kind, so it's things like equipment from the city, things like assistance to the volunteers who are involved in the in-kind program. It's noted that the administration's understanding is that with the increase in funding provided to RPS through the 2021 budget for community policing, organizations will no longer be responsible for these costs. So basically what we've got here is in our 12 Phase 1 and Phase 2 community associations, the community associations that are in the poorest areas of the city, in the areas of the city that need the most support, this money would be used to provide in-kind services to them in the area of cleanup. I might ask Ms. Harlan, I'll ask the administration if there's anything further to add to this.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Hawkins summarized it quite well. The one thing that I would add is that based on the discussions at the Operations Committee after the first year of the program, we're going to evaluate, as Councillor Hawkins had indicated, to see how the program went, with a recommendation regarding the continuation of the program and what the cost implications would be to expand the remaining community associations. Or maintain the program for the areas with the greatest requirements for assistance. And we are happy to answer any questions, myself or Ms. Deredich.
Okay, thank you. But I think what we need to do first, I think we need to get a seconder, sorry. Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Stevens, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you very much. So I'll give Councillor Zahidniak, go ahead.
Okay. So my only question is, it notes that additional items in the Clean Communities motion will be addressed in a separate report prior to the end of 2021. So I think that one of those is about the financial implications of providing traffic control staging for groups organized events on city streets. Is there more, or first of all, is that right? And second of all, is there anything else included that will also be in that report? Through the chair, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I might ask Ms. Deredich.
Okay, Ms. Deredich. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I have the Clean Communities motion in front of me. The items that were requested from administration include identifying a strategy of increasing fines and prosecution efforts for illegal dumping, considering the cost and feasibility of introducing summary offense ticketing powers for bylaw enforcement officers, considering the feasibility of reducing the timeline provided to property owners to remove garbage and debris from their properties, considering the costs and implications of the following based on the bylaw enforcement and waste collection data, empowering waste pickup crews with bylaw enforcement authority, more frequent residential recycling and garbage pickup in areas with higher than average incidence of street and alley waste, and community garbage, composting, and recycling bins in areas with higher than average incidence of street and alley waste. And then finally, considering the placement of additional needle drop-off bins in partnership with the Sask Health Authority. I think what you're referring to, Councillor, is more the in-kind services side of things. If you're referring to the cost of traffic diversion for things like marathons and parades and festivals and those kinds of things, we're suggesting for the in-kind services that this, based on our research that we did leading up to this report, we have found that the funding wouldn't be enough to include in-kind services. Right now, we've seen a great reduction in a lot of those festivals and things due to COVID. And so we would like some more time once there is a bit of a rebound from COVID to do some more research on how much we're actually assisting those organizations, and then we could bring back another report to council specific to in-kind services rather than the community cleanups.
Okay, so the report at the end of 2021 is the list that you had mentioned with all those other components, and then the additional report in relation to in-kind services, there's no specific timeline right now because it's just about when it makes more sense based on when these sorts of events will be occurring again.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine, thank you.
Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the report, intend on supporting it. I just do have one question. I'm fortunate enough to represent community associations that do not make the 1 or 2 level. Many of my residents don't have the same type of needs. But just thinking back to the recent hailstorm, the mess it made in the area, and the fact that that is a community in need of a cleanup. On the off chance these type of circumstances were encountered again, could this be applicable to the community associations in my area in these type of events to assist with something that would be a large-scale cleanup like that?
Sarla?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I might start and then ask Ms. Steridich to add to that. I think for the example that you gave, it might be a different circumstance that we'd have to look at that outside of that this program, I think, or we would look and see if we have any monies left over with respect to whether or not all the monies were uptaken for that. As I said, the idea is we will bring back a report after this program to see if the phase 3, but I think you're asking broader for like storms and things like that, storm cleanup, which would fall outside, and we would look at that differently. I'm not sure if Ms. Steridich has anything else to add.
Ms. Steridich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I have nothing further to add.
Appreciate that, and if that type of information could be included in the future as the reporting comes back, I think there is a need there at times, less predominantly, but under certain circumstances.
Is that going to? Okay. Mr. Honorary, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll maybe just add some comment. So around specific events, when it comes to cleanup. So whether we need additional resources out of solid waste area or our roadways area, those are dealt with one-offs. I wouldn't see that eroding the money that is meant just for general cleanup. These would be specific events that if we needed to move into an area to clean it up, that those resources would be applied on more on a severity as to how bad the storm was and what destruction happened and what mess there is. Parks is also involved when we get into those situations.
Thank you. Good. Any further questions? I see none. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you can call the vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor?
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Council, we have, I believe, we have 3 reports that are left outstanding. We have the implementation of updated winter maintenance policy, CR 21-132. We have sidewalk snow clearing provisions, clear property bylaw amendment, CR 21-33. And then we have the IR 21-5 2021 mid-year financial report. So my question would be is, do we continue? What do we do? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
I can speak to the winter maintenance policy and the sidewalk snow removal. I think the former will not take too long. I think the sidewalk snow removal will take a little longer. I would be in favor of finishing at least those 2 reports. And you can consult with the administration on the mid-year financial, but I think we should have maybe a 10-minute washroom break and do the 2 snow reports because winter's coming.
Okay. So we'll, so can you move the 10-minute recess?
10-minute recess, no more. So
Okay.
moved.
Seconder? Anyone opposes? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We call the meeting back to order. So with indulgence of the committee, I am going to suggest we go first to IR 21-5 mid-year. Then we will go to, okay, where am I here? Then we will go to implementation of the winter maintenance policy, and then we'll go to sidewalk. So if that works, so I'm just going to move along here. Informational reports, we'll now consider ER 21-5 2021 mid-year financial report. If I could ask administration to introduce the report, please. Barry, where are you? There you go. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the mid-year report before you provides a high-level summary on how the city is performing financially in relation to its 2021 operating and capital budgets as of mid-year or as of June 30th. The mid-year forecast reflects an estimated general fund surplus of $3.3 million, which is less than a 1% variance from the approved budget. And that forecasted surplus is really driven by 3 primary factors. One is slightly lower forecast of property tax revenues, and that's just driven primarily by the reassessment and reevaluation process. And as we go through appeals and talk to people, that sometimes changes things. So we have a slightly reduced revenue forecast there, as well as a reduced forecast on interest revenue. And that's primarily due to us continuing to be in a low interest rate environment with respect to short-term investments, and as well our move to the new investment policy that Council approved is proceeding, but not proceeding as quickly as planned in the original, when the budget was originally established. So those reductions in revenues are then partially offset by a savings on salaries and benefits. And this is primarily due to the fact that we had, you might recall, put a freeze on non-essential positions last year, and that freeze continued into the spring of this year until the budget was approved for this year. And so the net of those two results in that surplus of $3.3 million. The only other comment I would make in the forecast as it relates to the general fund is, you might recall that we had estimated there'd be about a $12 million impact on our budget due to COVID, and that is tracking true as of the mid-year forecast. However, we had also planned to cover that financial impact by drawing upon the COVID reserve, which results in a net zero. So we don't reflect anything in the forecast because we're tracking on budget. With respect to the utility operating fund, we are forecasting at mid-year a surplus of $3.5 million at the end of the year, and that surplus is largely being driven due to the dry weather conditions we had this summer and the resulting increase in water consumption, which increases revenues. And when we budget on a 5-year average of what consumption's been. So consumption's a little bit higher than that 5-year average upon which we base that budget, which is driving higher revenues. And as well, the utility also had the salary freeze, and not the salary freeze, the staffing freeze as well on non-essential positions. And so on the salary side, we are seeing expenditure savings in the first quarter related to that. The final comments I would just make is that the mid-year forecast is an unaudited point in time projection of year-end results. And between now and the end of the year, there could be other variables that change that forecast, whether it be weather events, public health orders that impact city operations, etc. So with that I think provides a high-level summary of the mid-year report that's before you.
Very much. Can I have someone to move the receive and file? Councilor Zahedniak, seconded. Councilor LeBlanc. Okay, questions on administration? Okay, Councilor Zahedniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So on page 3 of the report, it mentions the suspension and moderation of service delivery. So I was just curious if we still have suspended or moderated services, and if so, which ones? Through the chair.
Lacey?
Are you referring to page 3 in the appendix or the report itself? Sorry.
No, it should be in the report itself. And it's on page 3. It's underneath the bullets, and it just says the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have a negative financial impact due to reduced revenues due to the suspension or moderation of service delivery.
Yeah. So no, sorry. Thank you for that. So. This would refer to my earlier comments about the $12 million that we had budgeted as a reduction in revenue. So I don't think we have observed a suspension or moderation in services other than the public health, what the public health orders require with respect to some of the restrictions on that type of activity. And so it's really referring to that, and then the impact that has on the number of people attending our recreational facilities and related recreational facility fee revenue as an example.
Okay. Thank you. And another question is, it talked about, this is in the appendix, supply chain issues for some projects with the availability of materials. And so I'm just wondering if that's also still a problem that we are facing. So that is supply chain issues. Does that problem continue?
Lacey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it is my understanding that that does continue. And so it is due to just a combination of reasons. Some of it just has to do with production facilities, and some of those facilities, because of COVID, not producing materials at the same pace they had previously. And some of it actually also relates to some of the material that's going into COVID type of supplies, right? So resin as an example, that's in many products, paint and flooring as an example, I understand is also, a product that's used in syringes, et cetera. And so there's really been kind of a redirection of some of those supplies into other products, which has impacted our ability to source product at times in a manner as quickly as we've been able to previously.
Okay, and so my last question is the carry forwards in the capital budget. Is that projected to reduce the capital budget request for next year, or will those carry forwards just be added to the budget total?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. So capital carry forwards is something that we do look as part of the budget process and how that impacts the upcoming capital plan that we present to council. Typically, many of the projects on that list that have capital carry forward are projects that we put money aside to advance those projects when the construction actually occurs. So a good example is the Winnipeg Street Bridge, which is currently under construction on Ring Road there. So that's been a capital carry forward for a number of years because we had set funds aside for that, knowing we had matching federal and provincial funding. And so that's been a capital carry forward amount as an example. So the vast majority of the capital carry forward amounts are for items like that. And as a result, the capital carry forward amount generally does not have a significant impact on the upcoming capital budget we'll put before you. But certainly it is something that we review and make a determination of how that impacts the budget that we bring forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, this is received in file, so I will just, anyone opposes? See none, that is carried. Okay. We will now consider item CR 21-132, implementation of updated winter maintenance policy. Councillor Hawkins, can I ask you to introduce the report, please? There you go. Go ahead.
CR 21-132, winter maintenance policy, is really the first of two winter-type policies. This one deals with the winter maintenance itself. The next one, which we'll leave till next, is the snow removal on sidewalk policies. The winter maintenance policy, first of all, requests that City Council approve the updated policy, and secondly, it directs the administration to implement the updated policy to be in effect as of November 1, 2021. In other words, what we're really doing here is retroactively approving something that's already happened and even more encouraging, already been paid for. I'm going to ask the administration if they would outline what the winter maintenance policy is in Appendix B, what changes were made, how successful they were, and any other relevant factors in terms of implementing a policy which is in effect already.
Mr. Enright?
Thank you. Through the chair. So maybe just a couple of points to make, and Councillor Hawkins has done a good job introducing the report. So the financial piece of the report, it is important to note that the funding for these policy changes, that money was captured through cost reductions and cost savings within our winter road maintenance department or branch, and that was brought forward, and that equates to about $1.2 million in enhancements to the winter road maintenance policy. I'm going to ask Mr. Warren to just speak a little bit about the changes that are within the policy that were made that are in front of you today.
Thank you. Through the chair. So as part of the recommended changes to the winter maintenance policy, We've got an enhanced communication plan that we would undertake to educate and communicate various winter maintenance activities to the public every year. We've got an update to the road classification and priority system where we've enhanced the I guess priorities of several different road categories or classifications, such as improving clearing timelines and activities on bike lanes, transit routes, and in some high volume residential roads. We've got an enhancement with the school zones in terms of coming in and removing all of the snow on the both sides of the road, on the road that's adjacent to the school, to come and clear the snow from there within a few days of the actual snowfall to ensure safety for the kids. We've got an enhancement to the sidewalks in terms of sidewalks adjacent to transit stops. So the city would come in and clear the snow on the sidewalks that are adjacent to the transit routes or to the transit stops themselves, improving the accessibility for the users of the transit system. We've also, I mentioned, we've enhanced the classification of all transit routes to be a category 2 or higher, meaning that all transit routes in the city would be cleared within 36 hours or better after each major storm. And as mentioned, also enhanced, I think we've added about, I believe it was around 15 or 20 kilometers of residential roads that actually act more like collector roads because of the volumes that they experience. So enhancing the plowing of some of the residential roads, as well as upgrading the time in which we would actually plow those residential roads. So previous policy outlined that we would have a 25 centimeter event before we would plow those roads in a systematic fashion, whereas now we're saying we would go in and plow all of the residential roads if we had a storm event of 15 centimeters or better. So we expect to do more work there. As mentioned, we upgraded the bike lanes to a category 2 or higher. So again, we would have those cleared within 36 hours, and we were also enhancing the inspection process and activities on those bike lanes to ensure that we are keeping them free of ice and snow throughout the season due to the nature of the cycling network and the users of that. An enhanced ice control. So basically what we're looking to do there is better coordination with our plowing and ice control operations. So we're going to be undertaking, ensuring that we're following the plowing operations and the snow removal teams very closely to ensure that once we plow the snow, we often see that it creates a slippery surface. So we're looking to plow the snow and get on the roads right after that to make sure that we're enhancing the ice control, as well as enhancing the inspections and activities around that as well. And then I think the other one was mentioned earlier, it was around introducing a sidewalk clearing bylaw, and that will be discussed in the next report. So that's kind of a summary of what was approved by council and approved through the 2021 budget process. So as an administration, we have been working hard to ensure that we are preparing ourselves throughout, since the budget process throughout the summer, to ensure that we can successfully deliver on this policy come November 1st. And in addition, basically to the enhancements, we've also included all of the former pieces of the winter maintenance policy that were in the winter maintenance policy in the new policy, to ensure that we're both continuing on with our previous levels of service as well as adding to it with the enhancements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, and I need a seconder, please. Councilor Brasciani. Thank you. Okay. Questions? Okay, who's got first? I think Councilor Brasciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much to administration for this report. It's been a long awaited from even previous council. I want to ask in regards to the sidewalk clearing that would be from the city side. Is that the same time frame in here that we're asking in the next report for the 48 hours? To the chair.
Where are we going? Ms. Warren, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, to Councilor Brasciani's question, we have undertaken to ensure that we are meeting the same objectives and same timelines that we would be putting forward through the sidewalk clearing bylaw on any snow clearing that we would be doing on the sidewalks.
Great, thank you. I also appreciate the schools, and it'll be plowed on both sides. I think, again, that's another safety concern that we've heard from the schools, so I really, really appreciate that as well. The clearing of, are we getting any different equipment? So I had asked a committee just in regards to sanding and salting. Our winters are becoming, I would say, more of a wet winter than snow in the last few years. So are we buying any different type of equipment to ensure that we need to, and I mean probably more for some of the sidewalks, the little trackers, or is that something that we're going to be looking at for any kind of sanding more often, or different types of salt? Through the chair.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So as part of the, I guess, the effort to enhance our ice control activities in the community, we've undertaken a very lengthy plan. For example, we did start several years ago in upgrading and enhancing our ice control equipment to ensure that we have some of the latest technologies around the use of liquid salt and the ability to spread material in the lanes that that we're attempting to, and try to reduce the amount of material that we're using. We found with the implementation of the liquid salt, where we essentially are spraying liquid salt on dry sand and salt as it exits the back of the truck. What that does is it helps stick to the road and reduce the time it takes for the road to meet bear drive conditions. So we've seen a high success rate in that, and as of this year we'll have implemented that citywide. We've also undertaken to, as I mentioned, coordinate the plowing and sanding activities. We're looking at this year, for the first time ever, put out some contracts to bring in additional contractors for ice control on both the roads and the sidewalks as needed and as required. And we have also, both in 2021 and as well moving forward, are looking to enhance our sandbox program, where we have sandbox locations throughout the city for residents to use on their sidewalks in front of their homes. We're up to 13 locations, and we're looking to add 3 additional ones in 2021-2022 season to ensure that we have a good access throughout the entire community. So those are a few of the things that we've been doing to enhance our ice control program.
Awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, report is very much appreciated. Administration did a lot of work representing, I think, a basket of issues and concerns that councillors have raised over the last couple of years, so it's much appreciated. I do have one amendment, and that is that administration return to council in Q2 of 2022 with costs and recommendations for expanding snow clearing service to include high traffic sidewalks beyond the scope of existing policies. So the summary here is we expand in this report what we currently do in terms of sidewalk clearing. I just need a seconder to continue debate.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Great, thank you. So through the chair, basically this is set up so administration can return to council with recommendations, cost for capital, cost for services, and their own priority list for what sidewalks merit complete snow removal by the city. And I think this is something that goes nicely with what we're going to see next, which is the requirement of residents to clear their sidewalks. I think the city should add this to their inventory of service delivery. I suspect that administration could provide me now with a ballpark figure. The timing of this is such, however, that there'll be time to reflect on how much the existing service expansion will cost, and the Q2 deadline provides council with enough time to make a recommendation one way or the other, to have this then included in the 2023 budget deliberation. So the intention here is that additional work is done. We're working towards these incremental service delivery options. There are some sidewalks in the city that are completely impassable. I think in some respects, if we're thinking of the businesses along Broad and Albert and elsewhere, I think it's too much to expect businesses to take responsibility for all of this. So this is really us meeting them at least halfway. So again, there's no cost to this right now. I believe the time is ample for administration to return to council with some costs and some options. And I suspect that they would have preliminary data already on what this might look like. So that's the intention there. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay, on amendment. Okay, you have 3 minutes on the amendment, so I'll go. Councilor Zahedian, go ahead.
So I just have a couple questions for the mover. So is this city sidewalks that you're referring to? Exclusively city sidewalks?
What are the options? Yes, I mean, the assumption is this would be something that we clear
Okay.
city sidewalks, yeah.
Can you give me an example, just because I apparently don't know enough about which sidewalks we currently clear and don't clear. So what would be an example of a kind of sidewalk that like isn't covered under current policy and under this updated winter maintenance policy? Like, do you have any on
Almost
hand?
all. So through the chair, might include all of 13th, 5th, you name a sidewalk. What's proposed here is an expansion. Currently, the city typically tends to, around parks, City Hall. This report includes areas close to school zones, et cetera. I mean, the problem with the bus stops, and I support it, is you have to still walk through snow to get to that snow clearing area. But just imagine any major corridor in the city, from Broad Street,
So
Albert.
what currently happens with those sidewalks? Like when and who clears them and when?
You should probably ask administration that.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So currently, the city clears, as Councillor Stevens had mentioned, sidewalks adjacent to the majority of parks, city facilities, no frontage locations. So what I mean by that is locations where we have sidewalks that are adjacent to like a fence that divides or separates a subdivision. And as part of that current program, we did do about 90 kilometers of sidewalks throughout the city, which the entire network is comprised of over 1,400 kilometers. So with the policy enhancements, we're looking to do all of the remaining parks in front of vacant properties, as well as the sidewalks that are adjacent to tram stops. That's adding an additional 197, almost 200 kilometers of sidewalks. So the city will be almost tripling the number of sidewalks that we are going to be doing than what we had before. So to Councillor Stevens' point, we actually have a priority system that we utilize in the summer for concrete maintenance. And it basically identifies two groups, priority A and B. Priority A would be things like high volume pedestrians, high density residential, commercial and institutional areas, sidewalks that are adjacent to schools, churches, hospitals, things like that. So with the breakdown there is around 551 kilometers. So if we just did some simple math, it'd be an additional, beyond what we're already doing, potentially an additional like 264 kilometers. And that would include locations like the entire downtown, kind of, all of Albert Street, kind of all of these commercial and high pedestrian areas. So, I mean, just some simple math, probably in the neighborhood of an additional $500,000 to do that type of work. So it would be locations like that currently are being done either by commercial properties that are already under the bylaw, and possibly the residential properties that would likely be under the sidewalk clearing bylaw should it pass next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where are we going? I've got, I think I've got Councillor Rashiani, but you spoke already, right?
No.
No, so okay, go ahead.
So where Councillor Stevens is talking about Broad Street, or if it's on 13th or Albert, these are businesses that are already supposed to be clearing, aren't they, through the chair?
Through the chair, pardon me, that is in the existing bylaw.
Okay, so they are to be clearing, and that's what I read. So now, as we move forward, we're also asking residents to clear. So it's both commercial, business, and residents to clear, okay. I think that, we get into a little bit of a, I think, if we're going to ask residents to clear their sidewalks, and now we're going to maybe, possibly, if a report comes back, look at then doing it for some businesses on certain streets. I think we have to be very careful with that. I think if we're sending the message that we are kind of all in this together, I think that's the whole purpose, unless it was funded in a different way. I know some businesses have gone collectively together and hired someone to clear the streetscape. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Yeah, my name is on it, and the primary reason why I want to support it is sort of generally, I hear from a lot of seniors in particular that they have a difficult time walking around their neighborhood in winter. So when this was brought forward, what I have in mind is Lutheran Place, specifically right on Winnipeg and Victoria in my ward. There are a lot of folks who struggle with mobility. They're surrounded by residences, so people not currently covered by the bylaw. I hear a lot about seniors having a lower quality of life in winter owing to icy conditions and that sort of thing. And so something like this, the city definitely doing a good job. Maybe I would hope focusing on areas that have higher concentrations of people with poor mobility, that enhancing life. So I will support it, and those sort of folks who have a hard time getting around when streets aren't clean to the extent the city can with our up-to-date technology is most of what I have in mind. So we'll support it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that this amendment is premature in a couple of senses. First of all, we need to see how assuming the snow clearing sidewalk provisions pass coming up, we need to see how well it works. And in fact, it may work much more effectively now, given that each one of us will be used to looking after our own properties, will set an example. But it's premature in another sense. This is something, to borrow Councillor Stevens' argument from earlier in the afternoon, this is something that properly belongs in the budget deliberation process for 2023. In other words, we have to weigh the desirability of what this is going to produce against all of the other priorities which we have. So I don't want to short-circuit that budget process. It's important for establishing priorities. So first of all, I think that we may see quite a dramatic difference if the sidewalk snow clearing provisions pass. And secondly, if we need to do more, I'd rather leave it to the budget process and determine it in the abstract at this point in time. So I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that I've been listening clearly. So we've brought up the amount of sidewalks we currently clear up to 290 kilometers from what we previously cleared, which is out of about 1,400 potential total kilometers of sidewalk in our city. Is that correct so far?
Mr. Honright?
Through the chair, I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay. And then with the amendment before us, the estimate from administration has been about another additional $500,000, and that would clear all of the priority high traffic sidewalks in our city. bringing us up to approximately how many kilometers of sidewalk totally cleared between the addition and the original.
So, all right.
Through your worship, sorry. Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
It's getting late.
Through the chair, that would take us up to probably around 650 kilometers. Again, if that priority system was similar to what we have in the summer for concrete maintenance.
Thank you. And just so I understand the priority system, I understand Broad Street, Albert Street, both commercial corridors. What about residential corridors, such as like a Dalgleish, Rink Avenue, McCarthy, Sherwood Drive, places where my residents would see the change? Through the chair.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Through the chair, so some of the examples that Councillor Mancinelli outlined would be in that priority A or priority 1 system that we currently use. So some of those main roads would be in place there.
Okay. And that would take us up to half of the city's total sidewalk network. Would I be wrong in thinking that probably if I did just a rough number of an additional $300,000 to $400,000, I might be able to get all of the city cleaned? Would that be counterintuitive thinking? With the thinking being not having to take breaks because you're doing everything, you gain in efficiency over the overall job done. Sorry for not clarifying that.
Is that all right? Go ahead.
Through the chair, so I think without doing a full analysis on that to know what would be required for capital equipment and whether or not additional resources would be required or whether or not part of that could be contracted out, it would be premature to assume it would be $200,000 to $300,000.
Okay. Okay. For me, I would be supporting this. I appreciate the spend on work being actually done and sidewalks being cleared and safe. So thinking of what's coming up before us next, similar numbers, this gets the job done without chasing people for a large part of our city for accessibility. So I think I support this amendment.
Ms. Nelly? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm having a difficulty with this one because I support the idea of having more information. But at the same time, I'm not sure how this does fit, as Councillor Hawkins explained, you know, with what's coming up before us, because I was going to ask questions about so do we already have this information, or would this require a lot of detail? I guess through the chair, question to administration. Mr. Onright said it would take some time to pull this kind of information together.
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment on timeframes.
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through the chair. So the majority of the information we will have in our systems in terms of the types of uses on the road, the classification, the zoning, things like that. The part that would take some time would be to really determine the types of criteria that we want to establish for, you know, to outline what the priority sidewalks might be, and then just to do that analysis of what those costs might be. And if I could just add, I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, but the current, like with the enhancements in our current policy, we're in the neighborhood of $600,000 to $700,000 investment on the current sidewalk program with these enhancements. So I guess we had done a report several years ago, submitted to council that if we were to clear all the sidewalks in the city, it was in the neighborhood of $2 million every season. So it'd be a considerable amount to go all the way beyond what we currently do.
I am feeling that I'm not going to support this. I support the idea of more information, but I think at another time I would like to have that kind of information after we have seen how well the enhancements to the winter policy and any other, if we do pass the next motion, how they work out. And then if we want to revisit this, I think I would really strongly support it.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions, comments on the amendment? I'll give you the, yep, sorry.
Through the chair, just to clarify, I think there's some confusion as to what's being asked for, to both of these points. I'm not asking for us to clear all the sidewalks. I'm asking for precisely what Councillor Stadnicek and Councillor Hawkins have asked for, and the sequencing, just to be clear. So Q2 of 2022 is June. So by the time this report comes back, if it comes to the end of that quarter, hopefully spring will be here. There will be information about what we're proposing to introduce. The alternative is you wait longer needlessly. This winter maintenance policy is kind of the unicorn of reports. You hear about it, but it rarely comes to council. This is kind of comprehensive review. Worst case scenario, you get a report in June in time for the 2023 budget deliberation, and council can decide at that point, given that information and a reflection on how well this particular policy update works, in June, do you want to go ahead with expansion? One of the recommendations could be, well, in effect, the changes that we're looking at today could solve all the problems. And the recommendation could be against, could be status quo, et cetera. But I think what we're hearing is administration has a pretty solid grasp of the costs. I think that they've made it very obvious that the workload is quite minimal. We'll get a report in June. You can make your decision then, yes or no, for 2023. Otherwise, you're just waiting needlessly for a longer period of time.
Okay, thank you. Question to Councillor Stadnicek. Are you asking for clarification?
Point of order or something.
Say, sorry?
Well, Councillor Stevens was saying Q2, but the amendment says Q1. So I just wanted clarification if he wants it in Q2. Q2?
Two.
Okay.
Sorry, I read out Q2, initially submitted Q1, but I
Okay. Very good, good. Okay, anyone else on amendment? I am seeing no lights. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you call the vote, please?
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw. Councillor Shaw, are you on the line? Councillor Shaw has left the meeting. Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
That is 5 for the amendment, 5 against. The amendment is defeated.
Amendment failed. Okay, back to the main report. Okay, anyone on the main report? See none? Okay, Mr. Clerk. Okay, Mr. Clerk, call the vote, please.
There we go. Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
In favor. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Carries 10-0. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. Last one.
No.
We will now consider item CR 21-133, sidewalk snow clearing provision, clean property bylaw amendment. Councillor Hawkins, could you introduce the report, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a recommendation from the Ops Committee to City Council, aptly named exactly what it is, a sidewalk snow clearing provision, and it's an amendment to the clean property bylaw. This is straightforward. It is asking residents to, within 48 hours, clear the sidewalks in front of their properties, usually in front of their residences. It's not unlike what we ask residents to do in the summertime when we ask them to cut the boulevards in front of their properties. It's a product of many years of requests, primarily from seniors, but also from walkers of all ages, to have sidewalks that are passable in the winter. No one is asking that the sidewalk be taken down to the bare cement every time. Sometimes a reasonable clearing leaves a cushion of snow on to provide grip on the sidewalk. And no one's asking that, no one's asking for something unreasonable. That is to say, this is really asking good citizens to do what they can do to help the city. As I say, in my experience as a councillor, many people each year have asked that something be done, and they point to communities where a successful effort is made. Those communities are listed in the report: Saskatoon, Edmonton, Calgary, Medicine Hat, Vancouver, Windsor, and Hamilton. In all of those places, this kind of approach works. The only real pushback that I've heard is from some seniors who are legitimately concerned and say, well, we can't physically do this, or some people who have are incapable physically of clearing the sidewalk. No one in this bylaw amendment is asking those people to do that. There are a number of ways in which that can be handled. Again, usually on any block, there's a neighbor who will help out. Usually, or often, people have a relative who will help out. Often in the area, there's a 16-year-old anxious to earn $10 who will help out. We have a Snow Angels program which will help out. So there are many different ways that this can be handled, but at the end of the day, we're not suggesting that the fining provisions which form part of this bylaw, we're not really suggesting they'll ever be applied against a person who legitimately simply can't shovel their sidewalk. Other arrangements will be made. So that overall, when I look at this snow clearing provision, it's a long time coming. It's needed. It'll make our city much more passable for everyone. Citizens will be engaged in helping other citizens, which is a good thing. For all of those reasons, I'm going to recommend this on behalf of the Ops Committee to Council, but I'd like to ask the administration to fill in any gaps that I might have missed in making this presentation.
Councillor Hawkins, before we go further, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bashani, administration, go ahead. Who's taking that?
Through
Mr.
the
Monroy?
chair, I don't think I have anything to add. I think Councillor Hawkins has done a great job in summarizing what this change to the bylaw would mean, and I think he is correct in terms of when administration looked at this, and for the winter road maintenance policy changes, we have strengthened the communication plan that will go out to the community, and sidewalk clearing will be part of that communication plan to ensure that people are well aware in advance and during the upcoming season, should this pass, of their responsibilities as residents to clear the sidewalk in front of their property. And to also note that, yes, there is a Snow Angel program that is available. We have Ms. Stock in Ms. Howerluck's area that spearheads that program and will spearhead that program, and we'll continue working with the community to make sure the people that require help or need help for whatever reason are getting assistance or getting advice on where to get help if needed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, are you
Thank you.
good?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Councillor Bashani, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for this report. And I think it should be highlighted that through the advisory, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, that they absolutely supported this, as well as we heard this very loud and clear from the age-friendly community as well, that also do report to city administration. And I couldn't find any other statistics, but Saskatchewan still, and I'm not sure recently, but the earliest I could find was still has the highest slips and falls, according to statistics compiled by the Canadian Institute for the Health Information. And of course, it has seen an average of 43.4 hospitalizations per 100,000. So we're, at that time, and I'm not sure but that was the last time I looked for current data, we're still the highest. Alberta was right underneath us. So we do have a lot of work to do. So I think by having this, I think it would be, I think, very helpful for many residents that want to walk. But I also have a few questions just in regards to, from residents that just need to be clear on this. So if someone has a medical condition and cannot, for whatever health reason, heart, what happens, what would be the process be? Through the chair.
All right.
Through the chair, so as I noted earlier, if the bylaw officers were approved through this process to add additional bylaw officers, the resident could either phone 777-7000, put a service request in, at which time we could have Ms. Stock through the Snow Angels program provide that information and assistance for the individual. I don't think the intent, and I'll ask Mr. Wurry to comment, but I don't think the intent would be to go out day one and start handing fines out all over the city. There's a substantial education component to this, and there will be many different circumstances that come up as we go through this new program, and we will need to deal with them as they come up. So, our intent would be to work with the resident to see what an appropriate resolve is to the situation that they have. I'll ask Mr. Wurry to add further comment.
Okay, so we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That is correct. I think the focus, if these bylaw changes pass, is to start with a public education program to notify residents of this change in expectations. From there, there would be kind of an escalating approach that would be used. Ticketing is something that could be considered, reminders of residents, et cetera. And then also, we'll have to look at other options for those residents who, for whatever reason, are not physically able to care for their sidewalk. Certainly, that is something that we would factor into how we would enforce the bylaw. So it's unlikely that we would charge someone once we become aware of something like that being a problem. Then we would work with the resident to find other options for them to have the sidewalk clear.
Thank you. I think it's vitally important. I think the first piece is around education and awareness, and knowing that just even there is a bylaw, many will not realize that. So if there is, again, that kind of coordination through bylaw, they can go and put a little thing on their door, notifying them that, there is the bylaw, that kind of thing. And I think when we researched Saskatoon a few years back, they did not hand out one ticket when they first brought it in. And I think that's the whole thing, is around education and awareness. And I mean, yes, if it's repeating, then we have to consider that. But I think that if we're looking at actually being an education and awareness program, I think that's as well, first and foremost. I think the question, though, that is really important, and I want to just talk a little bit, ask about the budget and the ask for $510,000. And I think that's a really big amount of dollars when we're not really focusing right now on enforcement. I get that that's a part of the bylaw. It's only going to come into effect January, February, March, which is only 3 months. in the ask, we're asking for 3 bylaw officers, a bylaw admin person, and 1 legal service person, and ticket software on top of that. Can I just get some clarity and cost between those? And I understand that the ticket software is not just for this, it's for the whole bylaw. And I just need some clarity on the cost, please. Thank you.
Mr. Weir, go ahead.
Yes, the costs are set out in the report. I'll maybe ask our manager of bylaw enforcement, Andrea McNeil-Wilson, to explain how this costing was developed for council.
Okay, Ms. McNeil-Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the costing that was presented in the recommendation is based upon the loan recommendation that was included in this report, which was a full spectrum enforcement option that did include ticketing. I can break the option, the costing of the option into 4 pieces. The first part of the $510,000 is $216,000 for 3 bylaw enforcement officers that would be working in the field. During the winter months, these enforcement officers would be part of that education and communication program related to sidewalk snow removal, but they would also be involved in dealing with alley litter complaints, graffiti, obstruction, sightlines. These employees then in the summer would be responsible for dealing with overgrown grass and vegetation complaints, as well as weeds, once again, sightlines, obstructions, and alley litter. So it's not just for sidewalk snow removal, it is for a spectrum of violations that the branch is responsible for. The additional bylaw enforcement position was included within this ask as it spoke to ticketing. As was mentioned at committee, these tickets that are issued are voluntary payment, which means that if the property owner chooses not to pay that ticket, we must then track down payment, prepare a prosecution, and submit that to the bylaw prosecutor. So that's what this position would be responsible for doing, in addition to other violation tickets that are done. As the councillor mentioned, there's $150,000 for a software ask for ticketing. This is because currently the tickets are tracked manually through an Excel spreadsheet, and as mentioned as well, this could be leveraged and expanded to other non-parking ticket violations, such as those issued for overgrown grass and vegetation under the Community Standards Bylaw. The final portion of this ask was in anticipation of prosecution of non-payment of these tickets and the impact to the bylaw prosecution office and the time spent to prepare those prosecutions and present those in bylaw court.
Sorry, how much was the legal piece of it? How much was that for?
Through the chair, that was for $72,000 for that legal resource, which included salary and benefits, and that is the same costing for the bylaw administration position as well, $72,000, which included salary and benefits.
Okay. We just recently approved a bylaw officer, a half admin person, and I'm not sure if there was any other with that when we did the drainage. I think there was also some support in there. And also when we did the weed, there was also bylaw officers hired at that time as well, with legal and admin. I guess the question I ask is, the resources that we have, those ones that are doing the weeds and that, will they not be also able to work in the winter and do this, and it would be the same for the drainage bylaw officer, through the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll have Ms. McNeil-Wilson respond to that question as well.
Ms. McNeil-Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll speak first to the question regarding the drainage motion. My apologies. There were 2 full-time positions that were approved as part of the drainage motion. I believe one was identified as a bylaw position and one was identified as a technical position. Water, Waste, and Environmental Services is currently developing that bylaw, and all of those resources went to that department as part of the drainage program. And there is no resource assigned to bylaw enforcement, as that is a very technical bylaw that is being managed and enforced, and so we are not playing an active role in that. With respect to the overgrown grass and vegetation, there was no budget ask associated with that, so there are no dedicated summer resources. In response to the report that was brought forward by the administration in January in response to the noxious weed motion from July of 2020, what was used was just variance within the bylaw enforcement budget to hire 3 casual bylaw enforcement officers for this year only. This is not an ongoing position, is not a permanent ask, nor do we have dedicated casual budget for that. It was purely funded for this year alone through variance of the operating budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to be clear, so the ticket software, that is $150,000, and that's for the whole process of all of the ticketing, not just for the winter. And so legal services that you've got there, and a bylaw admin one for the ticketing. So we've got 3 months in here. We're actually asking administration to, this would be an education and awareness. The last resort would be a ticket. For this year, I guess the response that I'm asking for administration and your thoughts, if we were just to look at the 3 bylaw officers, because they'll be doing the education and awareness, and it'll be also the other ones as well, but is that something that for this year could work through the chair?
Mr. Weir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I can start and then ask Ms. Neil Wilson to continue. From our recommendation of all the budget asks, that obviously is the highest priority, because if we have a citywide program that's a new program that is going to impact many residents in the city, our view is that we do need to have additional resources, not just to issue tickets, but to respond to complaints from residents, in some cases, if they don't clear their sidewalks, arrange for the sidewalk to be cleaned and then charge it to their taxes. So there are a number of tasks that go along with this, in addition to just simply issuing tickets. And as Ms. McNeil Wilson said, the bylaw enforcement officers would be sort of in the field assisting with the public education efforts to get to a high degree of voluntary compliance within the community. So those, I think, in order of priority, the bylaw enforcement additional resources are really key to having a credible rollout of this program. As we mentioned, the software is a broader ask. If we're not doing a great deal of ticketing, especially in year 1, that is probably something that is not as critical. And it would be the same for the legal resource. If we are not going to be taking a lot of cases to court initially, that could be a resource that maybe doesn't need to be added in for year 1. But the 3 bylaw enforcement officers, in our view, are the highest priority item from a budget ask. But I'll just ask Ms. McNeil Wilson if she has anything to add to my comments.
Ms. McNeil Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have no other comments to add to Mr. Ware's.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, thank you, then that would be the amount of $260,000 is what I heard. Would that be accurate through the chair?
Mr. Weir?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So would it be fair then, I guess I would just make the amendment on number 2, would be to allocate and to take out the $510,000, which is an option 2, in the proposed 2022 general operating budget to fund 3 additional bylaw enforcement officers, and it would end there. And I guess I would also like to see a report come back at the end of this winter that would also tell us kind of the story of the bylaw, the service request that came in, and also the other costs that could be incurred for the next year that will be needed. Does that seem fair through the chair?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's a reasonable request. I think that will be part of the initial evaluation, so I think that's important for us and for council.
Thank you. So would we see that, do I need that to add that in, or is that going to come back in a year? Do you want me to make that amendment as well?
Could we just make it a part of the annual winter road maintenance?
Mr. Weir?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Mr. Onright suggesting that it might make sense to have this be part of the overall winter road maintenance report that we report to council on annually.
Sure.
I mean, certainly we could do it separately, but having one item where we speak to all. This is a program of which this enforcement is simply a part. So we are happy to collaborate with Mr. Onright's area to provide one report to council that sort of explains it front to back. Obviously, first year of a new program with a new bylaw, that might be one of the main focuses of the first year report, and we would prepare that.
Okay, that would be great. So I'll have that amendment there, and they've indicated that I don't need to add anything else. That'll come back in the other report. So I'll leave it like this, and just open for discussion.
Need it?
I'll second that motion.
Need it? Okay, Councillor Moll, second.
Thank you.
Say it again, sorry? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Pardon me? No, she's asking for 260,000.
Oh.
Well, see what, yeah. For 3 bylaw officers.
Okay. Okay, yep. Okay, thank you. Continue with the main motion. We've got Councillor Stanishak.
Oh, okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question regarding, through the chair, question regarding the Snow Angels programs. Some of the concerns about people who, elderly people or people with health conditions that maybe can't shovel their sidewalk. Is the Snow Angels program just specific to the 2 neighborhoods that where the community associations run the program, or do they go beyond those neighborhoods? I know that Eden Care is also one of the providers of the Snow Angels, but how much of the city is covered by the Snow Angels program?
Sarlak?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll start. So the program under the initiatives, the organizations that actually offered it was Eden Care Communities, El Ritchie Community Association, and Cathedral. And I'll ask, I believe it's Ms. Stock, just to go into the details about the program and how much is covered.
Sure, thank you. So through the chair, we are launching the current year of Snow Angels right now. So the materials are out for organizations to apply to. It'll be available for any organization or community group across the city to apply to. So how much of the city is covered will be dependent on which organizations have the capacity and interest to run a Snow Angels program. We did find the best success was in the first 2 years was with the smaller kind of neighborhood level programs, but that's not to say there couldn't be an organization providing services to certain populations citywide. It'll be dependent on who applies, and the application deadline for that will be October 20th, so we'll know more after that.
Thank you. Follow up to that, just to be clear though, the current program in the last year or so only so like the Cathedral Community Association and Al Ritchie, they only provided that service for people in their neighborhoods, just to be clear?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Through the chair, has anyone been turned away, somebody who has requested service from Snow Angels, but there wasn't capacity to provide that service? Has that happened
Ms. Stock,
in the past?
to you.
Through the chair, not to my knowledge, but I also just started in April, so it's possible that happened prior to my time at the city. I think what we would do if somebody contacted the city looking for support would be to try to find an organization that could support them, whether in their neighborhood or whether there's also other organizations that do their own kind of neighborhood support type programs outside of the Snow Angels model. So I think we would work with community partners that we know of to try to find them that support.
Okay, thank you. I do believe that this is a really critical piece of this motion, that if we want to get broad acceptance, that we need to have ways of supporting people who maybe cannot do snow clearing themselves and maybe don't have the financial means to hire somebody. But my second question is just area of questioning through the chair is just if there was mention in our last report about the sandbox program, and I'm just wondering if that could be explained a little bit more, that residents would have access to that as well, which would assist them in keeping their property free of ice.
Okay.
The chair.
Mr. Warren, that question to you.
Thank you, through the chair. So Sandbox program is basically a program that has containers available typically at community centers across the community for the use of residents to use on their sidewalks. And it contains a sand and sometimes salt mixture, similar to what we use on city roads, and allows the opportunity for residents to take a small 5-gallon pail and fill up a 5-gallon pail for the use in front of their property. So as mentioned before, we currently have 13 locations spread throughout the community, and we, on an ongoing basis, we're evaluating the need. At our most recent meeting with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, there's been some interest in expanding that in certain areas, such as in the Greens, possibly, Harbor Landing, and the Cathedral areas. So we've heard that there's some additional need there. So we're going to continue to expand into those areas, and again, continue to monitor that program, and where we feel there's a need, we will continue to adapt to that. And over the last number of years, as we've grown that program and increased the communications efforts on that, we have seen a major uptake in the use of those programs across the community. So we're excited about that, and we'll continue to monitor and improve where needed.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, a comment that was made at committee, and I think it'd be worthwhile asking this question again, just so that it's again quite clear, is there have been some residents who have said that they have cleared their sidewalk, and then a city plow comes through and shoves snow and ice onto their freshly cleaned sidewalk. How are we going to address that? Can the administration explain how that kind of a situation is going to be tried to be avoided?
Mr. Onright, over to you, or we're going to Mr. Warren? Mr. Warren?
Through Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through the chair. So we have a couple of areas where we're looking to improve the quality of the snowplowing operations and the sometimes unfortunate trickle effect where the snow ends up on the sidewalk. So obviously, first and foremost, our priority is to place that snow in the parking lane, and we undertake to do that, understanding that sometimes, depending on the shift, the resources available, the timing, the amount of snow, that doesn't always occur. So we always would recommend residents to call Service Regina and let us know, and we'll go out there and ensure that we remove the snow from the sidewalk. A couple of other enhancements. So as part of our enhancement of the policy, We used to have provisions to allow for snow storage up to 1 foot or 30 centimeters onto the sidewalk. We've removed that from our operation and from our policy to ensure that our operators are well aware that our mandate is to keep the snow off the sidewalk and to keep it snow-free for all users. And as part of the bylaw enhancements that we're currently discussing, we also had that provision in there, so we're also removing that provision from the bylaw and letting residents know if, when they shovel their sidewalk, that they are able to use up to 2.5 meters of the parking lane, but that it should be, but they should be clearing the sidewalk from curb to the back of the sidewalk. So it's definitely something that we've considered, and we've heard that feedback, and we're working hard to ensure that we're making the sidewalks fully accessible.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just finish with a comment that I support this motion. As has been mentioned, that this is really important for accessibility on our streets. So the same people that feel that maybe don't have the ability to clear their sidewalk benefit from having a clear sidewalk in order to get around the city. It's also really important. It's important for our seniors. It's important for people with mobility issues. It's important for kids, because I don't want to see kids walking on the street instead of on the sidewalk because it has deep snow. And it's important for workers like letter carriers, service workers who have to go door to door. And it reduces risks of falls, as Councillor Bresciani said, and prevents occupational hazards for people who have to travel on our streets. We, at this current time with COVID, we don't know what our numbers are going to be like, but we don't want people with fractured hips or broken wrists having to try to find support in the hospital right now. So we need to keep our sidewalks as clear and accessible as possible for the benefit of everyone in the city. And I really would like to see as much support for the Snow Angels program and to expand it as much as possible so that no one is denied support if they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Mayor Masters. You're up next.
Thanks. Do we have a number on how many complaints on snow we get in a year?
We'll go. Mr. Warren?
Through the chair, so in 2020-2021 season, we received around approximately 2,800 service requests, but that would be a wide range of issues throughout the winter maintenance program.
Thank you. Through the chair, do we have technology, like geocache technology, where residents can take a picture and send it in, whether that be potholes or snow on sidewalks?
Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is something that we are exploring. In our 5-year capital budget, we have investment for a new CRM and knowledge management system that would enable us to add that technology.
Thank you.
Through the chair, would communications department, maybe this is for Ms. Cook, would communications department be helping bylaw enforcement with the communication program on this?
Absolutely.
Okay. My next question through the chair, I believe the statement was the anticipation of prosecution, and I know Councillor Bresciani's already dealt with this. I'm wondering, how many tickets of any kind do we prosecute now?
Mr. Wary? I think we're going to you.
Mr. Chair, I can explain generally what sort of activity we have in our bylaw court. The bulk of the matters are parking. Probably second most would be charges under our animal control bylaw, which are mostly handled by the Humane Society. We have fire charges, but I would say those are the main ones. A lot of the work that the bylaw enforcement area does is property maintenance orders that will be related to specific properties there'll be orders to comply, and then those will go through our appeal board and then potentially remediated. So those are the main ones, the bulk of the cases that are going through our court right now. We don't charge a lot of people with property maintenance matters. We do have some building code violations as well, but those are infrequent. So to answer the mayor's question, those are the main ones. So we wouldn't have a lot of charges under clean property bylaw for commercial properties that are not complying with the clean property bylaw in removing snow from sidewalks or things of that nature.
Thank you for that answer. But do we have a number of prosecutions? Like, do we have an idea of the number of prosecutions that we have before the courts, bylaw court?
Yes, we do track those numbers. I don't have them in front of me tonight, but I certainly can provide them.
Okay. How many bylaw officers in total do we have?
I will ask Ms. McNeil-Wilson to comment on that with the number that we have active in the field right now versus the total number of approved positions. So I'll turn that over to Ms. McNeil-Wilson.
Ms. McNeil-Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We currently have 13 active bylaw enforcement officers in the field and 1 senior bylaw enforcement officer who is based in the office but coordinates our remedies and deals with any escalated situations within the field.
Thank you. Mayor Masters?
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, do we have a standard of service for bylaw officers in terms of the number of calls they take in a day?
Mr. Weary?
We do track that in terms of the number of service requests that we receive and that are assigned to individual officers. That, of course, is also top of mind for Ms. McNeil-Wilson, so I'll ask her to comment on how that gets tracked within her office.
Okay. Ms. McNeil-Wilson, go ahead.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I cannot provide the statistics by day as the number of service requests vary throughout the year, but what I can tell you is each bylaw enforcement officer is assigned a dedicated enforcement area, and within that enforcement area they will handle anywhere from 500 to 700 service requests a year. To put that into context, our office received just over 6,200 service requests last year that were handled by the 13 active bylaw enforcement officers in the field.
Excellent. Thank you for that statistic. Through the chair, I understand from some of the comments in the report that other municipalities were looked at in this type of bylaw being put in place. That's correct, is it?
Yes.
Mr. Weary?
Okay. Did we contact Saskatoon, for example, or any other city when they enacted it? What was the spike in the number of service requests they received due to the enacting of this bylaw?
Mr. Weary, would you know?
Yes. We have contacted and discussed this with Saskatoon because they've had a program in place for a number of years. So I think Ms. McNeil-Wilson has some information about what we've learned from Saskatoon's program, and she can share that.
Ms. McNeil-Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I cannot answer the specific question in terms of the spike of the complaints and the calls that were received when Saskatoon first implemented it, but what I can provide, and hopefully it answers the question, is that last year in Saskatoon's snow season, so for 2019 to 2020, my apologies, they received approximately 2,000 requests for service, of which approximately 150 of them had to be remedied by the city. To note, they deal only complaint-based, based upon the FTEs that they have, which is 1.5. Our proposal that has been put forward would see bylaw enforcement officers dealing with both complaint and proactive cases while they are out in the area.
So you've established, again through the chair, you've established the request for 3 bylaw officers based upon a number of 2,000 with an average of 500 to 700 per. Have I got that right?
Ms. McNeil-Wilson?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, that is correct. The range based upon the 5 to 700 would range from 2.85 FTEs up to 4.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think I would just add, we would expect there would be sort of what I would describe as pent-up demand for complaints against neighbors that habitually don't clear their sidewalks after a snowfall. So that, I think, would be something that we would anticipate the first year that the bylaw is in place. And hopefully with an effective communications and public education program and sufficient enforcement resources to reinforce the need for voluntary compliance, that we can move that number up. But we anticipate in the first couple of years there might need to be more. There would probably be a need to respond to more complaints, and then we would probably see it level out over time. Well, again, just our best estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you. I don't mean to be, I'm going to kind of go along the lines of Mayor Masters with your numbers. Have you guys ever, or has we at the city ever thought about contracting something like this out? So say there's a complaint that calls in that, so-and-so's neighbor is complaining because their sidewalk's never cleared. Have we ever contracted this out to a private industry to say, hey, we'll pay you $50 to go clear this sidewalk and go take a snowplow down this person's sidewalk? Just wondering, through the chair.
Mr. Ornoy, does it go to you, or Mr. Ori?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I maybe need to clarify the question. Is the question related to enforcement, contracting out of enforcement resources, or is it contracting out of responding to service requests for snow clearing?
Absolutely, just responding to service requests for snow clearing.
So I think that probably is best answered by Mr. Onrait, one of his team members.
I was going the right way. Mr. Onrait?
Through the chair. So being that this is a change in a new policy, we have not considered that. Our crews will go in and assist if bylaw needs assistance with the property, whether it be cutting grass, helping clean up a property if needed. Some of that is contracted out through bylaw enforcement, but not in snow clearing. In general, we do contract out some of our snow clearing, as Mr. Warren had indicated earlier, and we have increased that contracted service directory going into the 2022 season.
Because I'm just wondering, we're talking about hiring 3 officers, and we're talking about, there's more employees into our thing, but if there was 2,700 service requests, and so say if all of them were because somebody's driveway or sidewalk's not plowed, paying, and I'm just using $50 as a rough number, because I have actually contracted out my sidewalks getting plowed when I've been gone, or my daughter has a physical disability and she can't do it. And the average cost is $25 to $30 to shovel, or to somebody to come and plow her sidewalk every time it snows. So with my calculations, that's $135,000. So at 27, if 27 people service requests have come in, $50 a pop, that's only $135,000. So shouldn't we actually look into something like that with those kind of numbers? Would that, I would think that's a significantly lower amount of money to maybe look into that and think of maybe for the first year. Since we've all said that we don't want to give tickets to people, we want to educate them and we want to help them and so on and so forth. Would we not want to start with something maybe like this? And to continue with Mayor Masters' comment, and that was my thing, is we have a communications department, a huge communications department. Why can't that be added to their list to send out letters and notices and surveys and things to say, hey, the people beside you might have a disability and they can't shovel their sidewalk. It'd be really nice and a neighborly friendly thing to do in Regina. So has that ever been thought about through the chair?
Sound right? Who's going to? Okay.
Through the chair, I'll comment and then ask Mr. Weary to add further comment. So there is a communications plan as indicated in the report. We normally would not be involved in communicating directly with every single resident as a part of that comms plan. The comms plan will be to educate the community in general. We would also, and I'll ask Mr. Weary to comment as to what communication or education the bylaw enforcement officer would do when they were at a site. We do that through our solid waste collection system, where we will put a note or put a placard on our collection bins if we do an audit and somebody is not adhering to what we would see should go in a recycling bin, should go in a solid waste bin, they will get a note. We do that repeatedly, and I would ask Mr. Weary to comment as to whether or not that would be a possibility that we would do with snow clearing for sidewalks.
Mr. Weary, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just a couple of comments on the question. We do have some examples where we do contract out some of our enforcement. So we have the Corps of Commissionaires, which does our parking enforcement, which is something that has been in place for a number of years, I believe 10 or so. It used to be done by the police service. We also have the Humane Society, nonprofit organization, that does most of our animal bylaw enforcement. So there's a second example. The bylaw enforcement area has had roughly the same complement of bylaw enforcement officers for the past 20 years. So in our view, it's a relatively cost-effective approach to dealing with multiple types of enforcement issues. So we're not just asking bylaw enforcement officers to focus exclusively on snow. There is a training component that is required for these positions to understand the rules and some of the techniques of enforcement, and in some cases preparing matters for court or for the appeal board. So there are some skills that are required here. There's some cross-training that happens. So in our view, the current model is a cost-effective way of approaching this type of enforcement, but there are always opportunities to look at other methods. But this is what is being recommended here. And as I believe I said earlier, the plan is for these bylaw enforcement officers, if they are approved by council, to work on primarily snow in the winter, especially in the first couple of years as we get the program up and running, but then also other duties as are assigned. The number of service requests is something that we do track, and as Ms. McNeil-Wilson said, it's a very busy area of the city to respond to complaints from the public.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, but I'm just having I'm really having a hard time trying to hire 3 more bylaw enforcement officers when you say, they do other work throughout the year, but you're really technically only hiring them for the needed of the snow removal 3 months. And then we really don't want to ticket people for not clearing their streets. We want to give them a friendly reminder and a nice gesture to say, hey, can we just be friendly neighbors and clear your streets? So I believe that we, as the city, I believe that as administration should go back and maybe look into these other options that are out there that are much more cost effective before we implement something like this and hire full-time position people through our union, through wages and benefits and everything, and we haven't really entertained, or we haven't, looked into other avenues to do something like this. And like I said, $135,000 at $50 a pop for a sidewalk is significantly lower than hiring, $500,000 or even $260,000, like Councilor Cristiani is stating. So for that reason, I'm having a really hard time supporting this. I really believe that we should do our due diligence and look at every option instead of only maybe a couple options. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Mancinelli?
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Just to clarify, the comment about the bylaw officers' availability and how long it's been since we updated the staffing complement, with or without this this proposal going through, would we be looking at increasing the amount of bylaw officers regardless because of the lack of change in the last 20 years and the growth of the city? Or is this really causing this shift to have to get the extra enforcement in place?
Mr. Weary?
I think in my view, the demands from the community, the number of programs that we are called on to enforce, and in some cases, it's a very complicated question. The response is quite complicated. There's a number of competing priorities for enforcement, some that probably should have more attention to them than currently we are resourced to be able to do. And perhaps that could be the subject for a future discussion with committee and council. But I want to assure members of council that bylaw enforcement officers that we have in the department are very busy. So it's a question of service levels. The more people you have, maybe the more active and timely the responses can be to complaints, and the more proactive enforcement the department could do. So that's, I think the trade-off is we're primarily focused on responding to complaints. If we were to have additional resources, there could probably be more proactive enforcement in some of these problem areas that currently maybe aren't getting sufficient attention. But if these three officers are approved, it will assist us in better meeting the demand, both for this program, but also, as Ms. McNeil-Wilson has said, with some of the other enforcement activities we're involved in.
Thank you very much. Looking through the report, of course, Winnipeg's drawn my attention. How did Winnipeg manage to get away without any bylaws? What's the magic in Winnipeg? How did they manage to get rid of their sidewalk problem?
Mr. Weary? Or Mr. Ornwright, one of you?
I'll ask Mr.
Warren
Warren to respond to that. His team did most of the jurisdictional research.
Okay.
Thank you through the chair. My understanding is the city of Winnipeg actually does the majority of their sidewalks internally through city crews.
Thank you for that. Looking at what brought this forward, it was to have clear sidewalks. Did we ever have an option to provide just sidewalk clearing for the public as one of the options brought forward? I know I asked it last time for the price, but just wondering. Through the chair?
Through the chair, no, we did not.
Do you have any type of a firm price tag? I know we discussed it just the previous round here, but I wouldn't mind asking again if I could, through the chair.
Through the chair, so are you referring to the entire 1,400 kilometers of sidewalks we have in the city?
Yes, we live in a winter city. I don't think winter's going away even with climate change, and I think that quality of life is really important.
I believe the number Mr. Warren had put out from a study that was done a few years ago was $2 million.
And that study, it was a number of years ago, so I can expect that number to increase, or was that just a general rough number that could go either way still?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Through the chair, that number was based on our current level of service and productivity at the time. So you can expect a similar number when it comes to productivity, and possibly some inflationary increases there, but very close.
Just to ask it a different way, I noticed we shaved a lot off our winter maintenance budget. Is there any way this could have been affected the same way if we were providing that service with the efficiencies you found? Is that a true number, I guess, is what I'm really saying?
Is that Mr. Warren? Or, yeah, Mr. Warren, go ahead.
I guess, could you repeat the question, Councillor?
I noticed that in the last 2 years, we've shaved quite a few dollars off of our winter maintenance budget. Knowing this report is on the old side, I was wondering with the reinvestigation and the found efficiencies, if there's any chance that this number might have dropped like the overall winter maintenance budget when you give me a $2 million estimate, if that could have also been adjusted and found efficiencies, and if we would have went down and investigated that path.
So to the question through the chair, so there may be some cost savings there due to the analysis we had done through the policy review that demonstrated that there was less snowfall and less severe climates over the last number of years. So we did do a budget reduction through that exercise, with the understanding that we're typically only receiving about 4 winter events over the 5 that we previously had budgeted for in the past. So there is a possibility that there is a reduction in that number, and we haven't updated that information since the last time we brought that forward to council several years ago.
How intensive of a process would it be to get a fairly accurate number to deal with in making this decision? Would that be 6 months worth of work, or is that not that intensive of a process? Through the chair.
Mr. Ward, is that to you, or Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment on timeline. I think it's important also that the 1.2 million found in efficiencies and cost reductions within that program area, that's what you're seeing for the enhancements that are in front of you tonight. So that money was utilized to bring forward those changes to the winter policy.
Just to comment back, totally understand that. Not looking at capturing those. I know they've been, I appreciate the efficiencies. I'm thinking the same thought might apply through the chair.
I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment on timeline.
Through the chair, so we do have a pretty good understanding of our unit costing for the amount of sidewalks that we currently do complete every year. I think if we were to expand citywide, I believe there would be a considerable amount of resources required to undertake that work, especially if we were looking to achieve similar timelines when it came to the current policy and the proposed bylaw within 48 hours. So we would have to do some research to determine if industry could help support that possible enhancement. So considering timelines, I mean, probably in the neighborhood of Q2, Q3 of 2022 to bring back at least an estimate of what that might take. But the implementation might be a little bit longer due to some of the research you may have to do to see if the community can support that.
Okay. I'm really struggling with this. Thinking back to parking and the expansion of how many parking enforcement officers we took on a little bit over a decade or two ago, and how many complaints I see on a monthly basis about parking still. I think that Regina citizens deserve clean sidewalks. I look at the cost creep just to have enforcement, and the only thing that goes through my head is that could be another couple 100 kilometers worth of clean sidewalks for people not to complain about and to be safe on. With that thought in mind, I think with the late hour, I would like to table this to the next council meeting, just for some more time for thought.
Okay, there's no debate on tabling. You need a seconder, please.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We'll take the vote. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to the tabling motion, I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak. You're in favor?
Yeah.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed?
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Strongly opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
That's 6 in favor, 5 against. The tabling motion is passed.
I move adjournment.
There's nothing else, yeah. Good.
Seconder?
I second.
Okay. Anyone Anyone opposed?
What do we need?
We adjourn. Thank you.